Chapter 67. The heartless Taoist placed his hands behind his back and frowned as he paced back and forth. He mumbled to himself, "The demon emperor truly lives up to his reputation. He actually set up the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. Is this place a flaw he purposely left behind?" The fat Taoist was bewildered. He stared at the active volcano in the distance, then at the unfathomable black pond in front of him. His brows were knitted together as he said, "If I am not wrong, this Yin tomb is not simple. No matter how many people enter, many will die. Taoist priest, aren't you still alive and well?" Yi Fan interrupted from the side. "Are you purposely trying to anger me?" The heartless Taoist found Yi Fan to be an eyesore and said, "You wastrel, why don't you just go down and accompany the demon emperor?" "Don't, Taoist priest, don't vent your anger on me. This really has nothing to do with me." Sigh. The heartless Taoist sat on the ground with a dejected expression. "Although I discovered a shocking secret, I have no way to open the Yin tomb. I think there must be a fatal trap down there. Just now, if I dived down to the bottom of the pond and entered the Yin temple, I'm afraid I would no longer exist in this world." So, the Eastern Wasteland's supreme treasure, the ancient Wasteland Tower, is in the Yin tomb under the Black Pond? Yi Fan sat on a boulder far away and didn't get too close in order to avoid getting into trouble. He said, "No wonder those 5 big shots couldn't find the ancient Wasteland Tower no matter what. So it is suppressed here." The heartless Taoist ignored him and revealed a pensive expression. He then drew on the ground as if he was deducing the connection between the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. Finally, he let out a long sigh and revealed a helpless expression. "I missed the supreme treasure, but I found the world-shocking Yin tomb by chance, but I can't enter. How regretful and distressing. Aren't there a few big shots over there?" Yi Fan pointed at the 5 top experts above the active volcano. "Even if they went in, they would not be able to escape unscathed. This is a fatal trap. The Yang tomb is a flaw that the demon emperor purposely left behind to leave the demon race's supreme treasure and the source of his power for his descendants. This is his resting place, and no one can disturb him. Revealing the Yang tomb was to cover up the Yin tomb. Perhaps there are other wondrous uses as well. One Yin and one Yang, embracing and protecting the Tai Chi, it is extremely mysterious." Speaking of this, the heartless Taoist priest revealed a disappointed expression and said, "Unless there is a supreme treasure of the Eastern Wasteland, even if there is a peerless cultivator who can break this deadly trap, he will not be able to stop the Yin tomb. It will rush into the Eastern Wasteland like a dragon returning to the sea, and no one will be able to find it." To think that the ancient desolate tower is so miraculous. It can freeze the fiend emperor's Yin grave. It is even stronger than a matchless expert? Yi Fan revealed a shocked expression. "Of course." The heartless Taoist priest revealed an expression of yearning and said, "It is said that the ancient desolate tower has existed for countless years. However, no one knows when it was passed down. There is nothing in this world that it cannot suppress." "Is it that scary?" The fat Taoist revealed a fascinated expression and said, "Since the ancient times, the existence of immortals has never been confirmed and no one can say for sure. However, every legend about immortals in the Eastern Desolate region is related to the ancient Desolate Tower." "What does it have to do with the ancient Desolate Tower?" Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. "It is said that in the endless years, immortals have appeared in the Eastern Desolate region. This was recorded in the ancient books several times. Without exception, these immortals were all suppressed to death by the ancient Desolate Tower." "It can't be. The ancient Desolate Tower is so scary." Yi Fan was shocked. The existence of immortals was not confirmed in the current world. However, one could imagine that if immortals existed, they would be above all cultivators in the world. Even so powerful, it was difficult to resist the suppression of the ancient Desolate Tower. This was really shocking. Of course it is. Otherwise, why would so many important people come here? I believe that before long, the leader of a holy land will come personally. After all, the Eastern Desolate region is too big. Some people will receive the news later. Once they know, they will definitely lay down Dao runes and travel through the void. What is the origin of the ancient desolate tower? Why is it so extraordinary and powerful? Yifan could not calm down. It is said that it already existed in the world before the eastern desolate region was born. No one knows its origin. What a pity! Taoist priest, you threw away the treasure that was already in your hands. You treated it like scrap metal. Yifan shook his head and sighed, putting on a show. Hearing this, the unscrupulous Taoist priest's face immediately turned very unsightly. It was even greener than green copper. He said angrily, "If not for you, I would have already obtained it." Taoist priest, you cannot say that. You were the one who threw it away first. What a pity for that ancient desolate tower. Who told you that it was the ancient desolate tower? When did I say that it was the supreme treasure of the eastern desolate humans? Yifan was very shocked. He said, "Since it is not the ancient desolate tower, why are you in such a rush? It is just a piece of scrap metal. I also feel that it has nothing to do with the ancient desolate tower." What do you know? You are just a wimpy brat. I can't be bothered with you. The unscrupulous Taoist priest was filled with anger. He was not willing to talk about the green copper anymore. Although Yifan looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, he was actually more than 20 years old. Naturally, he was unhappy that he was called a wimpy brat. He said softly, "Damn. Who are you telling?" The unscrupulous Taoist priest asked in bewilderment. "I'll be relying on you." Yifan was unhappy and replied in a very rude manner. "Relying on me? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't have time to bother with you." After saying that, the unscrupulous Taoist priest turned around and stared at the black pool in a daze. Taoist priest, since you do not dare to enter the Yin grave, why don't you tell me what is going on with the green copper? Let me know its origin. After all, I was the one who threw it out. You still have the cheek to say that. Hearing this, the fat Taoist priest was enraged. His eyes turned red. It seems like it is really not ordinary. I guess it is only slightly inferior to the ancient desolate tower. Yifan did not have any good intentions. He was purposely provoking the unscrupulous Taoist priest. Of course, he did not dare to go overboard. "Wimpy brat, you actually dare to play tricks on me. I will suffocate you to death. I will not tell you." The fat Taoist priest turned around and ignored him. "Taoist priest, you are too unreasonable. You took 3 spiritual weapons from my hands. Now that I am asking you something, you are putting on such an attitude." The unscrupulous Taoist priest looked at Yifan and really wanted to strangle him to death. He said, "Even 10, 100, or even 1,000 spiritual weapons would not be able to exchange for the green copper that you threw away. Taoist priest, can you not be so angry? Didn't I just casually throw it into the black pool? Who told you to not tell me that it was a treasure?" The unscrupulous Taoist priest felt more and more upset as he looked at this 11 or 12-year-old wimpy brat. In the end, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He really wanted to chop off his hands. Why were his hands so despicable? Why did he not keep them back then? Unscrupulous celestial being. He let out a heavy breath and said, "Stop talking so much and be more obedient." Yifan shook his head and sighed. However, he felt very good in his heart. In just a short period of time, he had already made the unscrupulous Taoist feel endless regret. He had successfully evoked his negative emotions and had finally vented his anger. When Yifan did not say anything else, the fat Taoist priest spoke instead. It seemed like he felt that it was a pity. He said, "Who said that this green copper is inferior to the ancient desolate tower? 10,000 years ago, the eastern desolate continent nearly flipped because of this green copper." There was such a thing? Yifan revealed a doubtful expression. Yes, even when the ancient desolate tower was lost, there was no such turmoil. However, this green copper caused the entire eastern desolate continent to be restless. The ancient desolate tower can suppress immortals to death. Its might is unstoppable. It is already considered the treasure of the eastern desolate continent. Could it be that this green copper is more powerful than it? The fat Taoist priest said listlessly, The green copper is something of the Central Plains. When it was lost, all the top experts of the Central Plains came out and almost flipped the eastern desolate continent, southern mountains, western desert, and northern plains upside down. It was a great turmoil. Yi Fan heard this and gasped. He knew that the Central Plains was even more vast than the eastern desolate continent. Even if cultivators rode on divine rainbows, it would still be difficult to cross. If they wanted to travel from one end to the other, they could only carve down markings on the mountains and rivers, condense heavenly power, and travel through the void. It was rumored that there were many historical sites in the central continent. It was a place of great heroes and powerful individuals. It was an extremely mysterious and prosperous ancient land. Who is so daring to provoke all the top experts of the Central Plains? Naturally, it is the last great sovereign who unified the Eastern Desolate Fiend race. He has caused great trouble for the Eastern Desolate Continent's humans. It seems that the Fiend sovereign is very powerful. He has stirred up a storm in all directions. He is indeed an extraordinary person. The unscrupulous Taoist looked at him unhappily and said, "Is there a need for you to say that? If he was not powerful enough, how could he unify the Eastern Desolate Fiend race and achieve the immortal sovereign cause?" Yi Fan thought for a while and asked, "How can you be sure that the green copper belongs to the Central Plains? And what exactly is it?" Chapter 68. Of course I can confirm that the green copper belongs to the Central Plains. The heartless Taoist priest muttered to himself for a while before continuing. The incident back then caused a huge commotion. The most widely spread rumor was that the demon the Arch had snatched away the Eastern Barren human race's supreme treasure, the ancient Barren Tower, and wanted to use it as a burial item for him when his lifespan ended. The ancient desolate tower had indeed gone missing at that time. Everyone believed that it was Xiao Chen's doing. Aside from this, there was another rather secretive rumor. It was said that the Fiend Emperor was not the one who stole the ancient desolate tower. He had indeed made a move to search for the burial items. However, what he stole was a mysterious item from the central province. Regarding this piece of green copper, it is very mysterious. Very few people in the eastern wilderness know about it. Even if they have heard of it, they don't know much about it. That's how you came to this conclusion? Yi Fan revealed a puzzled expression. The ancient desolate tower did not appear in the Fiend Emperor's grave, negating the first legend. Naturally, I connected it to the green copper. At this point, the heartless Taoist slapped himself and said, "I never thought that after searching for treasures my entire life, I would be blinded by green copper and miss it. How did you wake up later? How did you realize that something was wrong? It's because it's so ordinary that it's beyond common sense. It doesn't have a single flaw, and all the methods I've used have been fooled. In retrospect, this is clearly the biggest flaw. Even ordinary scrap copper can't be so ordinary." Yi Fan purposely sighed and said, "Unexpectedly, I am so transcendent." With a gentle shake of my hand, I tossed away an item comparable to the ancient desolate tower like it is an old shoe. It's a pity that no one has seen it. I believe that at that time, I must have been like a god descending to the mortal world. My beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Are you purposely trying to anger me? You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" The heartless Taoist priest was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Although Yi Fan felt that the fat Taoist priest was lacking in morals, he was not a vicious person. Thus, he was not afraid of him. He said, "Taoist priest, please do not be angry. The most important thing for you now is to quickly think of a way to fish up that piece of green copper. The ancient desolate tower might be in the Yin tomb below. Perhaps you didn't miss out on a great treasure. On the contrary, you might have gotten two. It is impossible for the ancient desolate tower to be in the Yin hall." Although he said that, the unscrupulous Taoist still let go of Yi Fan and carefully thought about what to do next. "I'll stake it all. I'll try again." The fat Taoist priest walked towards the black pond again. He couldn't forget about the mysterious green copper and couldn't give it up. Boom! Just at this moment, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the black cold pond. A malevolent beast floated up and down, appearing in the black water. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was cast from black gold. emitting a demonic aura. It was strangely shaped and had 3 heads. The middle head looked like a human ape, while the left and right heads were bird heads and snake heads respectively. Its body was like a dark horse cast from black gold. It had no feathers and was covered in black scales that shone with a metallic luster. It looked powerful and powerful. This was a giant beast that was more than 10 meters long. It roared in the water, letting out a deep roar that made Yi Fan feel as if his soul was floating, as if it was about to leave his body. "Calm your mind and focus," the fat Taoist shouted in a low voice. "There is actually such a thing that resides in the land of extreme Yin. Its roar can shatter one's soul. It is an extremely powerful strange beast known as the Golden Crow Ape. Although this malevolent and huge strange beast had 3 heads, only the ape head in the middle had intelligence. The bird and snake heads on the left and right could use divine abilities, but they didn't have any thoughts. The ape head in the middle was the leader, and that was why it was called the Golden Crow Ape. However, there were also legends that the bird and snake heads that were cast from black gold could also awaken intelligence. Once the Golden Crow Ape evolved to that level, it would be extremely terrifying. Unless a top expert made a move, it would be impossible to exterminate it. At that time, its magic power would reach the heavens. Yi Fan listened and memorized everything in his heart. He calmed his heart and focused his mind. After being enveloped by the radiance of the fat Taoist, his soul stabilized and no longer felt as if it was floating. Boom! At this moment, the Golden Crow Ape suddenly floated up from the black water and stirred up a boundless black wave that rushed towards the fat Taoist and Yi Fan. The unscrupulous Taoist reacted quickly and drew a circle with one hand. A green light overflowed and immediately blossomed like fireworks. A dazzling and misty scene enshrouded him and Yi Fan. The black fog that could freeze rocks and the cold water were all blocked outside. At the same time, he drew in the air and wrote a big seal character. "Surrender!" the fat Taoist lightly shouted. The seal character in the air instantly became resplendent as if it was carved out of jade. It was tangible and flew forward with a swoosh. Bang! It solidly imprinted itself on the Golden Crow Ape's body and emitted a hissing sound. Waves of cold black fog rose and gradually merged into the Golden Crow's body. Roar! The Golden Crow Ape shook its body violently, and its 2 drooping heads slowly rose up. The bird head opened its beak and instantly spat out a blazing bolt of lightning, while the snake head stuck out its tongue and spat out a black flame. The air seemed to be scorched on the spot. Extreme Yin lightning and nether flame. The fat Taoist was shocked and hurriedly pulled Yi Fan back a few steps. He opened his mouth and spat out a small blood-colored shield. Specks of light flickered and spread out in the wind. It grew to a height of 4 to 5 feet and blocked in front of them. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning danced in the air and black flames burned. All of them collided with the blood-red shield and rays of sparkling red light flashed out. This Golden Crow Ape is not simple. The bird head and snake head on the left and right seemed to have gained intelligence before. However, they were pierced by someone and lost their intelligence. The fat Taoist revealed a solemn expression. If the Golden Crow Ape's 3 heads had gained intelligence at the same time, then even a powerful cultivator would have to run if they encountered it. Fortunately, the 2 heads are not in a perfect state. He softly muttered to himself. The Golden Crow Ape's powerful attack shook the red jade shield, but it still managed to block it in the end. At this time, a brilliant light rushed out from the fat Taoist's sea of bitterness. It was like a bright moon, bright and clear, and it charged straight at the Golden Crow Ape. Bang! 2 rays of golden light rushed out from the eyes of the Golden Crow Ape's middle head and shot onto the round moon-like jade plate. Both of them shook violently. The heartless Taoist revealed an expression of shock and said, "All 3 heads seem to have been heavily injured by someone. There are terrifying scars on them. It seems like it had successfully gained intelligence in all 3 heads in the past. If I encountered it at that time, I would have no choice but to run." Not only did the Golden Crow Ape's left and right heads lose their intelligence, but the middle head had also suffered heavy injuries. It was difficult for it to reproduce its demonic might from the past and was gradually being suppressed by the heartless Taoist. Bang! But when the heartless Taoist wanted to restrain it, the golden crow ape struggled violently. Its entire body instantly burst out with a blinding golden light, and it broke free from the restraints and sank into the black pond. This thing is indeed terrifying. If all three of its heads were to recover, very few people would be able to subdue it. The fat Taoist revealed a solemn expression. At this moment, the bottomless frigid pond suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to rush out from below. It was much more violent than the golden crow apes. Boundless waves surged from the black pond, and black mist surged in all directions. The mist lingered around, and it was bone-chilling. Many parts of the mountain were frozen and cracked, and many mountain rocks were turned into fine powder after the black mist blew past. Taoist, didn't you say that the Yin tomb was hidden in the darkness and wouldn't appear? Why is it so terrifying now? Maybe I did something by accident just now and got into trouble. What did you do? I was a few thousand meters deep in the black pond and saw a broken stone tablet with the words Dark Pond carved on it. I pulled it out and threw it into the depths of the pond. I think after it sank to the bottom, it might have touched the demon Xianxia's Yin tomb. Taoist, don't tell me you smashed that broken tablet on the demon Xianxia's Yin tomb? At that time, who would have known that the demon Xianxia's Yin tomb was at the bottom of the pond? Splash! Right at this moment, there was a splash in the black pond, and a group of Yin soldiers wearing black iron armor rushed out. They were all holding black Yin sabers in their hands and were emitting a deathly aura. This is... Yi Fan was astonished. The fat Taoist also revealed an astonished expression as he pulled Yi Fan backward and said, "What is going on? What is so strange about the demon Xianxia's Yin tomb? Could there be a terrifying tomb guardian? What kind of living beings are these?" The water in the black pond surged, and a broken ancient war chariot emerged from the black pond one after another, carrying a carriage of Yin soldiers. They were wearing tungsten iron armor, and every part of their body was covered. They were either holding a black Yin saber or a black death spear. Chapter 69. The black cold pond was surging with waves. The broken ancient war chariot seemed to have gone through the baptism of blood and fire as it was covered in sword marks and sword holes. It crushed the black water and braved the wind and waves as it approached. So strange. More than 10,000 years have passed, but there are still tomb guards in the demon emperor's Yin tomb. This is too absurd and unimaginable. The heartless Taoist frowned. Swoosh! Right when he was in a daze, a black arrow quickly shot over. The arrowhead was burning with netherworld flames, and the tail of the arrow was surging with a thick black mist. Clang! The heartless Taoist raised his ruby-like shield to block the arrow, but the arrow exploded at this moment. The netherworld flames shot in all directions as the black mist surged. The netherworld flames scorched the surrounding ground and melted the rocks. Then, the black mist surged over and froze everything into powder. This terrifying energy almost hit Yi Fan and the heartless Taoist. This kind of arrow had the combination of ice and fire, and it was extremely powerful. If a normal cultivator wasn't careful, their life would be in danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The piercing sound lingered in the ears as the black arrows pierced through the black mist and continuously shot over like a black rainstorm. Clang, clang, clang. The ruby-like shield was hit by hundreds of arrows, and it was surrounded by the netherworld flames along with the endless black mist. The shield overflowed with a scarlet brilliance that surged outward like water waves. It shook off the netherworld flames and dispersed the black mist, finally blocking this wave of attack. However, right at this time, there was a rumbling sound as the broken war chariots carrying the Yin soldiers rushed over. They had already landed on the shore and were about to crush their way forward. "I want to see what kind of things you are." The heartless Taoist priest gnashed his teeth and spat out a green light from his mouth. It was an inch-long knife, and it shone with a green light. It unfolded in the wind and quickly grew to a length of half a foot. It looked like a pool of green water, sparkling and translucent, and emitted waves of cold air. After seeing this, Yi Fan clenched his teeth. This was the dagger he obtained, but it was stolen by this heartless Taoist and was now being used to fight against the enemy. The green dagger transformed into a green ribbon that charged forward, and it emanated strands of dazzling divine light that instantly obstructed a damaged war chariot. Soon after, the unscrupulous Taoist's sea of bitterness blossomed, and a blood-colored bead rushed out. Scarlet light radiated in all directions, and waves of powerful divine power surged forward. The three ancient chariots were frozen in place on the spot, and they were unable to move in the slightest. At the same time, a shining purple thumb ring appeared on the unscrupulous Taoist's thumb, illuminating his palm and making it glittering and translucent. "Kill!" The heartless Taoist priest lightly shouted and raised his finger. Suddenly, the purple ring emitted thousands of auspicious lights and shot out sharp purple blades. Pu piu piu. The blades of light cleaved through the two dilapidated chariots and stopped a group of Yin soldiers in their tracks. Seeing all of this, Yi Fan cursed inwardly. He was the one who found these three spiritual weapons, but they were snatched away by the heartless Taoist priest. Now, he was using them to fight the enemy. Chi chi chi. Just at this time, the spiritual green dagger pierced through 5 Yin soldiers and slashed one of the chariots into pieces. And at this time, the scarlet red bead also successfully restrained the 3 chariots. Good stuff. The unscrupulous Taoist priest sighed. In the end, all the broken chariots were slashed into pieces, and all the Yin soldiers were also nearly pierced through. The unscrupulous Taoist priest quickly rushed over and tore apart the black iron armor on their bodies to see what was inside. What made him dumbstruck was that after the first few Yin soldiers tore apart the armor, fine sand actually flowed out from inside. It was not a living thing at all. Soon after, he finally found a few Yin soldiers that were not fine sand. After careful inspection, he found out that they were actually the corpses of wild beasts that were sealed in ice. What's going on? The unscrupulous Taoist was extremely astonished and said, "Could it be that the Tao patterns are supporting them?" He quickly swept away the fine sand, and sure enough, he found a small wooden tablet at the original place. There were complicated Tao patterns engraved on it. It really is so. Scattering sand to form soldiers and gathering corpses to form generals, good method. With that said, the unscrupulous Taoist priest revealed an excited expression and said, "These are all Tao patterns from tens of thousands of years ago. Maybe we can research something." He quickly blew away the fine sand on the ground and shattered the corpses. Then, he collected all the wooden tablets and piled them up on the ground. Boom. At this time, a sound came from the icy black pond again. A demon general with a wolf's head covered in black gold armor slowly walked out. He emitted a dense death aura, and it was unknown how many times stronger than those Yin soldiers. This is the demon general that died in battle in the past, and he was also used. It seems like it is not the Tao patterns that are supporting his corpse. The unscrupulous Taoist priest revealed a pensive expression. The demon general slowly approached, and the ground trembled as the surrounding black fog surged. Not simple. At this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist priest's sea of bitterness blossomed with a dazzling green light. A large green flame surged forward and surrounded the wolf-head demon general. Bang! However, this demon general was not to be underestimated. He emitted a dense death aura that continuously pushed back the green flames. He has undergone a corpse transformation and gained a hazy intelligence. His demonic body is immortal, and he has produced a powerful death aura. The unscrupulous Taoist priest was shocked and felt that this was no small matter. He told Yi Fan to retreat while he took out a few spiritual weapons and supplemented them with the green flames. There is something strange here. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded. A young man in his 20s arrived on the mountain ridge, and he said, "Very good. All of you can leave now." His gaze locked onto the wooden tablets on the ground that were inscribed with markings of the Tao, and then he stared at the demon general. The unscrupulous Taoist priest coldly glanced at him, but he immediately revealed a strange expression. The sleeves of this person actually had the symbol of the Wavering Light Holy Land. "I am a disciple of the Wavering Light Holy Land. My master has ordered you all to leave immediately." The young man was extremely arrogant, as if he was born with a sense of superiority. He glanced at Yi Fan and found that there were no fluctuations of divine power, so he said, "If you don't want to die, then leave immediately." Bang. At this time, the demon general broke free from the unscrupulous Taoist priest's restraints and quickly jumped into the black pond, disappearing without a trace. The unscrupulous Taoist priest turned around and coldly said, "Reckless thing, using the tiger's skin as a banner. I hate scum like you the most. You dare to pretend to be a disciple of the wavering light Holy Land. Not to mention that you are not, even if you were, this Taoist grandpa would still dare to slap you to death." Swoosh. Seeing that he had been exposed, the young man immediately made his move. Hundreds and thousands of golden rays shot towards the unscrupulous Taoist priest like a golden rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The unscrupulous Taoist priest waved his sleeves, and a green mist flew out, collecting all the golden rays. They were actually golden needles. Bang. The unscrupulous Taoist priest quickly rushed forward and grabbed the young man's neck, bringing him close to the cold pond, and said, using the tiger's skin as a banner to deceive this Taoist grandpa, "Tell me, which sect are you from, or else I will throw you down." "I am really a wavering light Holy Land disciple." The young man revealed an expression of fear. "Taoist priest, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just throw him in and feed him to the demon general," Yi Fan suggested from afar, purposely trying to scare the young man. "You're right, no need to waste your breath." The unscrupulous Taoist priest gently shook his hand, and the young man instantly fell into the cold pond, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Yi Fan was dumbstruck. He didn't think that the unscrupulous Taoist priest would actually do this. This unscrupulous Taoist priest suddenly became a little dangerous in his heart. This was a person who had no scruples. Splash! The black pond surged, and more than 10 demon generals appeared. Their entire bodies were covered in black gold armor, only their heads were exposed. They had all kinds of strange shapes. Some had dog heads, some had tiger heads, and one look and it was obvious that they were demons. All of them emitted a thick aura of death. In their hands was the young man from before. With a bang sound, they tore him apart, and immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Rumble! At this moment, the cold pond seemed to be boiling, and it turned from black as ink into a blood-red color. It was incomparably beautiful. Not good, this is bad. The demon sovereign's tomb is stained with blood, and it has started a sure-kill situation. The unscrupulous Taoist priest's expression became very ugly. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth shook, and the sky was filled with blood light from the cold pond. It set off the entire ancient desolate ruins, and it startled all the cultivators. "Don't tell me we will die here?" Yi Fan revealed a frightened expression. Chapter 70. The unscrupulous Taoist sighed and said, "I can no longer enter this tomb, damn it." He could not forget about green copper. Now that he suddenly lost the opportunity, he was extremely regretful and upset. The killing trap in the cold pond had begun, but people outside the cold pond were not in danger. At this moment, 5 blinding lights rushed over. The 5 great characters were all alarmed and rushed to the mountain ridge immediately. They emitted a powerful pressure and floated in the air like gods. Yi Fan wanted to observe them, but he found that he could not see through the bright lights. He could only see 5 bright lights and nothing else. Demon God tomb. One of them gasped. His eyes were like torches and immediately understood what was under the cold pond. The active volcano is the Yang tomb, and the netherworld cold pond is the Yin tomb. One Yang and one Yin, protecting the Tai Chi and seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It can evolve into endless changes. Another great character sighed and said, "The demon god is indeed extraordinary. If I did not discover it by chance, it would be hard to imagine that he set up 2 tombs, one Yin and one Yang. This is big trouble. The Yin tomb has begun a killing trap. It will be very difficult to enter. The Eastern barren human race's treasure is nowhere to be found. The ancient desolate tower is most likely in this Yin tomb." The great characters could not calm down, but they could not think of a way to enter the demon god Yin tomb. It's not like there's no way at all. Tens of thousands of years have passed. No matter how perfect the arrangements are, there will still be a slight flaw. We can carefully sneak in and take a look before making a decision. Okay. At this moment, the 5 lights all landed, and one of them instantly enveloped the unscrupulous Taoist. I heard someone say that he would dare to kill a disciple of a holy land with one slap. You must be extraordinary. Since you triggered this trap, why don't you go with us? The unscrupulous Taoist priest's face turned green on the spot, and he hurriedly said, Seniors, I'm just talking nonsense. Please don't lower yourself to my level. Right now, the Yin tomb has activated a deadly trap. With my cultivation, if I go down there, I will definitely die. You are indeed not simple. You even know about the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary. Come with us. Don't, seniors, please have mercy. The unscrupulous Taoist screamed. 5 beams of light flashed, and 5 super-powerful figures carried the green-faced unscrupulous Taoist priest into the blood-red cold pond. The unscrupulous Taoist priest's screams, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, came to an abrupt stop. As they entered, the cold pond boiled and a bloody light filled the sky. Those demon generals had long since disappeared inside. Indeed, evil people will be tortured by evil people. Damn fatty, good luck to you. Yi Fan stood up, patted his butt, and left. No matter what, he couldn't stay here any longer. Boom. The blood-colored radiance flickered, and the entire primitive ruins were enveloped by the blood-colored radiance. This place turned into a bleak, bewitching, and abnormally terrifying scene. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. There seemed to be an earth-shattering change happening under the blood-colored cold pond. Yi Fan left the mountain ridge and hid far away. At this moment, the mountains and rivers in all directions were engraved with Dao runes, sealing this ancient land. Yi Fan couldn't break through and could only wander around the mountains. He was waiting for a chance to leave. Now that he had obtained a 1-page golden book and a mysterious green bronze, it could be said that this was a harvest that would drive all cultivators crazy. Escaping far away was the best choice. I hope the restriction can be broken as soon as possible. Yi Fan's cultivation was too low, and he couldn't compete with those cultivators for the spiritual weapons. He understood his own situation, so he purposely chose a desolate place to go. Yi Fan opened a jade box, and waves of fragrance immediately assailed his nostrils. The jade serpent orchid was extremely fragrant. At this moment, he wanted to take action and use this opportunity to find spirit herbs. Now that he had obtained a 1-page golden book, the complete sea of reincarnation scroll would guide him forward. If he could find enough spirit herbs, then he would definitely be able to achieve something in a short period of time. Yi Fan quickly moved and headed deeper into the mountains. Due to the appearance of the demonic emperor's tomb, almost all the spirit beasts had fled. Only a few hid in their caves and refused to come out. At this moment, it was countless times easier to harvest spirit herbs. Previously, when he came to the depths of the ruins, Yi Fan remembered passing by a swamp where he found a powerful strange beast that seemed to be guarding something. At that time, he took a detour, but now he decided to take a look again. After finding the mountain, Yi Fan quickly found the swamp. He could vaguely sense waves of baleful aura and found many huge scales in the swamp. They were all the size of a palm. Seems like there was a big guy hiding here. Fortunately, it has already left. Yi Fan searched for a long time but to no avail. Finally, he found a trace of abnormality at the place where most of the scales had fallen off. There was an unknown plant here that looked very ordinary, but the strange beast seemed to be carefully avoiding it and didn't step on it. He was a little suspicious. He squatted down and dug the soil towards the roots. After digging more than a meter deep, he still didn't find anything unusual. Just when Yi Fan was about to give up, a golden light suddenly reflected in his eyes. Under the soil, there was actually a golden stem at the end of the main root of the plant. It was only the size of a longan and was dazzling. Yi Fan was shocked. He suddenly recalled that when he was flipping through the spirit herbs books in the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven, he once saw a record. It was said that when some ancient trees failed to go through tribulations, they might not be completely annihilated. They would often leave behind a bit of life essence that would attach to the roots of other plants. In the future, it was very possible for them to regenerate. This can't be the essence left behind by the old tree spirit, right? Yi Fan looked at the golden stem and revealed a joyful expression. He then put it into the jade box. After that, he headed to the next location and soon arrived in front of a stone mountain. There was a huge black hole at the base of the mountain, from which a faint fragrance came out. A happy expression appeared on Yi Fan's face as he quickly walked inside. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the stone cave. At the same time, it was accompanied by waves of frightening killing intent. Yi Fan's body immediately stiffened. He hurriedly retreated as if he was flying away. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a wild beast poked half of its body out of the stone cave and continuously roared. It looked like a jackal, but there was not a single strand of hair on its body. There were many sharp black poisonous thorns growing out of its body, looking somewhat frightening. It was 7 to 8 meters long and had an extremely bloody killing intent. When it roared, its whole body constantly lit up with a black light, like a burning black flame. Yi Fan hid in the distance. With one glance, he knew that this wild beast was not something he could provoke. It was much stronger than the jade-horned snake. This kind of aura was very frightening. The other beasts have all escaped, but it dares to stay. It must be extraordinary. In the end, Yi Fan did not find anything here and began to search other places. For hours later, he found another 3 kinds of spirit herbs. However, they were not very rare and were far less precious than the golden stem. Boom! Right at this time, a bloody light soared up from the cold pond. Several figures rushed up and engaged in an intense battle. There was actually a monster that was completely black and looked like a lion. However, upon closer inspection, it was not. It looked very much like the legendary Ho. It was fighting against a big shot and was not at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that the demon emperor's mount was frozen here? Its immortal corpse turned into a spirit corpse and actually became a tomb guard. Several big shots in the sky surrounded the monster and wanted to kill it. The legendary Ho's descendant is indeed extraordinary. It didn't follow the demon emperor for a long time, but it actually transformed into such an unbelievable realm. The black Yong beast charged unhindered, showing no signs of defeat. Several times, it almost charged back into the cold pond. Rumble! The cold pond seemed to be boiling as corpses of demon generals continuously rushed out. They were controlled by the Ho and charged into the sky. Even if we kill this Ho, we still can't break the Tao patterns laid down by the demon emperor. We can't truly enter the Yin tomb. In the distance, Yi Fan was very surprised. There seemed to be many strange things under the Yin tomb. Now, so many monsters were rushing out. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, waves of sonorous sounds came from all directions of the ruins. At first, it was like the vibration of metal and stone. Soon after, it was like a tsunami, boundless and rumbling. Then, rays of divine radiance rushed out from all directions, and endless divine splendor submerged all directions. The Tao patterns, laid down by the 5 big shots, were forcefully broken by someone. This caused everyone to be shocked. Everyone knew that another supreme expert had arrived, and it wasn't just one person. They shattered the Tao patterns, laid down by the 5 big shots, and disintegrated the imperfect heaven's power. Then, divine rainbows rushed in one after another. Countless cultivators rushed over, and there were several times more people than before. Meanwhile, the big shots who attacked in secret didn't show themselves, but it was obvious that they had already entered the ruins. Within the primordial ruins, with the cold pond at the center, bloody mists drifted about, becoming more and more demonic. Countless monsters rushed out, and more cultivators gathered. No one left, and even more sects rushed over. The restrictions in all directions were broken, and Yi Fan was overjoyed. He could finally leave. At this moment, his golden bitter sea contained green copper. It was both a great fortune and a boundless calamity. If someone found out, he would instantly fall from heaven to hell. He decided to leave this ruin immediately. Let's fight. Fight until the sky falls and the earth cracks. Ghosts cry and gods howl. It's none of my business. Yi Fan quickly went away. When he was about to walk out of the ruins, he looked back and said, Walk your own path. Let others find the treasure. If the heartless Taoist knew the truth and heard his words, he would definitely vomit blood and skin him alive. Of course, if other cultivators knew the situation, they would be even worse. Chapter 71. Yi Fan believed that in the next few days, this place would not be peaceful. There would be many battles and more eastern wasteland sects would arrive. The entire ruins would be stirred up by the fiend monarch's tomb. Looking back, one could still see the bloody light soaring into the sky from the direction of the ruins. Whether the ancient wasteland tower is in the tomb or not, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Fan was already very satisfied. Right now, he needed to find a peaceful place to calm down and cultivate. The strange beasts and birds gathered at the edge of the ruins had already dispersed. When Yi Fan walked out, he did not see any ferocious beasts or birds. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars and the moon hung high in the sky. Night had already fallen. When Yi Fan passed by the spirit ruin paradise, he did not hesitate and left with large strides. It was time to leave. Although he had left behind some broken Buddhist artifacts from the Great Lei Temple, he did not plan on going back to retrieve them. If he ran into Elder Han, it would be troublesome. The most important Bodhi seed was with him. Even if he temporarily lost those broken Buddhist artifacts, he did not feel it was a pity. After all, his life was more important. Yi Fan was very fast. He rushed out of this mountain range overnight. The danger zone behind him was getting further and further away. However, he did not truly relax. 3 days later, Yi Fan appeared 2,000 kilometers away. Along the way, he had been eating and sleeping in the open, moving cautiously and stealthily. He had almost never entered a city, always walking in the wilderness. Only now did he let out a sigh of relief, his heart gradually calming down. It was already late at night. The clouds covered the moon and stars. It was exceptionally dark. There were many lights in front of him. A small town was in sight. Yi Fan felt that he had reached a safe area and there was no need to run anymore. He walked forward with large strides. When he got closer, he discovered that this could only be considered a small town. At this moment, most of the people were already asleep. Only a few lights were still flickering. Yi Fan walked into the town and circled around. Finally, he found a small shop in a remote corner that was not closed yet. This was a very small restaurant. There were only 7 or 8 tables inside. The tables and chairs were clearly quite old. They were all polished and had a glossy luster. They looked antique and very clean. "Uncle, what food do you have? Quickly bring some over." The shopkeeper was an old man with white hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like he had been through a lot. His clothes were patched up, and he didn't seem to live a good life. The old man was somewhat surprised to see an 11 or 12-year-old youth walking out alone at night. However, he still replied with a kind smile, "There is only half a roast chicken, half a plate of beef, and some steamed buns." "All right, bring it over." "Wait a moment, I'll heat it up for you." The restaurant was too small, and the old man's living conditions were not very good. He was the shopkeeper, the waiter, and the chef. Not long after, a fragrant roasted chicken and half a plate of braised beef were served. Yi Fan's saliva almost flowed out. Over the past year, he and Pang Bo had been vegetarians. There was almost no meat in the spirit ruin grotto heaven, so the simple food in front of him made his stomach growl. He quickly grabbed the bowl and chopsticks, bit the snow-white steamed bun, tore off a chicken drumstick, and started wolfing it down. At this moment, he felt that the most delicious food in the world was nothing more than this. All the delicacies of the land and sea were pushed aside and were far less satisfying than the few dishes in front of him. "Don't rush. Eat slowly. Drink some soup to moisten your stomach. Don't choke." The old man brought over a bowl of hot soup and kindly reminded, "Thank you. Your culinary skills make my appetite growl in admiration." Yi Fan said with a lisp while stuffing food into his mouth. Judging from Yi Fan's attire, he didn't look like a child from a poor family. However, at this moment he was wolfing down the food. The old man was somewhat surprised. He rolled up his patched sleeves and picked up a rag to wipe the already clean table and chairs. He smiled and shook his head. "You're too hungry. Now, no matter what you eat, it'll be very fragrant and sweet. Grandpa, why haven't you closed yet? At this moment, a 5 or 6-year-old girl walked out from the house. Her clothes were patched up and she was dressed very simply. She had 2 braids and looked very cute. Her face was as red as an apple. Go to sleep first. We'll close in a while. The little girl looked at the food on the table, her big eyes unable to move away. She quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously nodded her head, agreeing, oh. Not long after, Yi Fan had already finished all the food on the table. He stood up and said, prepare to close. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. However, he felt a little awkward. He had forgotten that he didn't have any money, nor did he have any gold or silver items. He couldn't pay the bill. Little brother, are you having a hard time with money? The old man was experienced and immediately saw through his embarrassment. I really didn't bring any money. Here comes another bad guy. The girl next to him widened her eyes and looked like she was about to cry. She stared at Yi Fan and said, you guys are too bad. You eat for free all day and only know how to bully me and Grandpa. We can't even eat for ourselves. As she said that, she looked at the chicken bones on the table. Her eyes immediately turned red. Grandpa said that if there were no customers, he would leave a chicken leg for me. In the end, you're eating for free and are also here to bully us. The 5 or 6-year-old girl pouted, her long eyelashes trembled, and tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. Her rosy cheeks were covered in tears, and she used her patched sleeves to wipe her tears. It was obvious that their living conditions weren't very good. They were often bullied. Little sister, don't cry. Yi Fan was really embarrassed and ashamed. This old and young pair didn't seem to have it easy. Their lives had already fallen into a predicament. It's okay. Little brother, don't blame yourself. I can see that you're different from those hooligans. You're not someone who eats for free. You must have really forgotten to bring money. The wrinkled old man pulled the girl aside and said, don't cry. Grandpa left you a piece of chicken and half a steamed bun. I won't let you go hungry. Grandpa. The girl immediately cried and said, I'm not doing it for myself. It's because Grandpa hasn't had dinner either. We've been bullied by those bad guys all day. We don't have any savings left. What should we do every day like this? When Yi Fan saw that the old man and the young man's clothes were all patched up, and when he heard these words, he felt his heart ache. His heart was deeply touched, and his nose felt a bit sour. The ordinary life of an ordinary person was full of bitterness and sweetness. This old and young pair's affection and helplessness touched him for a long time. Little sister, don't cry. I'm not a bad person. Although I don't have money, I have some things here that should be enough to make up for this meal. Yi Fan took out a small jade bottle. It was a bottle of 100 herbs potion that he had exchanged for in the trial outside the ruins. This is a good piece of jade. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. The old man shook his head and said, everyone has difficulties. Little brother, if you pass by this place in the future, just make up for it. Yi Fan sighed. The old man's life was so poor, but he still had such a strong character. He felt a trace of respect for him and said, please accept it. This is nothing to me. It's too expensive. I really can't accept it. Everyone has difficulties when they are outside. Little brother, you don't have to blame yourself. The old man's hands were full of calluses. He firmly pushed the jade bottle back. Yi Fan saw that the old man refused, so he could only take it back. Since you don't want it, I'll stay and help you do some manual labor. At this moment, he had nowhere to go. He found that the old man was very simple and kind, so he decided to stay for the time being. He would concentrate on his cultivation and help the old man along the way. The 5 or 6-year-old girl lowered her head and looked at her toes. Her big eyes were red. She whispered, we don't even have food to eat. Yi Fan squatted down and touched the little girl's head with pity. He said, I won't be a burden to you. Chapter 72. The old man declined several times and didn't need Yi Fan to stay. He said that if he passed by this place in the future, he would just have to pay for this meal. Old man, I have no home right now. I don't have anywhere to go. Please let me stay. I will be of help. Big brother, you don't have a home? The little girl was innocent and adorable. The tears on her face hadn't dried up yet. She looked up at him with a sympathetic expression. In the end, the old man allowed Yi Fan to stay. He cleaned up a room in the backyard and told him that he could leave at any time. At night, Yi Fan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He finally got up and quietly went to the roof. He laid there and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the clouds had already dispersed. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down moonlight like a thin mist. The sky was dotted with stars, shining like diamonds. The affection between the old man and the little girl inadvertently touched something hidden in the deepest part of his heart. The kind faces of his parents appeared in his heart from time to time. How are you guys? Yi Fan looked up at the starry sky as if he wanted to pass through the endless starry sky to reach the other end of the starry sky and return to his parents' side. Every time he thought of his parents, his heart couldn't calm down. Suddenly missing his aged parents must be very sad. For his parents, losing their only son in their old age was a kind of unbearable pain. Thinking of his parents' sadness, Yi Fan felt distraught. He wished he could immediately return to their side to calm their hearts and show a smile. However, they were separated by endless starry sky. The distance was so far. How could he go back? His heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He could only stare blankly at the starry sky. Every time he thought of his parents' mood, Yi Fan would be very worried. Ever since he came to this world, he had always hidden his longing for them. He didn't dare to easily touch or recall them. Every time he was touched, he couldn't calm down. No, I must think of a way to go back. I can't let my parents who raised me wash their faces with tears in their old age. Yi Fan suddenly sat up and said to himself, there must be a way. I must go back. In the primordial ruins, he saw those cultivators flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth. He saw the matchless divine might of the 5 great characters. It made him feel the power of cultivators. Maybe one day, when he was strong enough, he would be able to cross the endless universe and return to his hometown, return to the side of his parents. After witnessing the terror of cultivators with his own eyes, Yi Fan felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He felt that the way home was not completely cut off. Perhaps there was still hope. I want to become stronger. I want to rush out of this starry sky. I want to go home and never let my parents cry again. I want them to smile in their old age. Yi Fan's words became more and more resolute. He was building up his confidence. I can definitely do it. I must do it. I want to return to their side. Sadness and worry were of no use. Yi Fan slowly adjusted his state of mind and gradually calmed down. Today, he was touched by the affection between the old man and the little girl, which made the last bit of confusion disappear completely. He found his goal and direction. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, crossing the star domain and arriving in this space, they can do it and so can I. I want to become strong enough. Sooner or later, I will also be able to cross the void and return to my hometown. Yi Fan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had to become stronger. Whether it was to save Pang Bo or to return to his hometown, he needed powerful backing. Unknowingly, he felt a trace of sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep on the room. It was not until the next morning when the old man's voice came over that he opened his eyes. Child, why did you go up to the room? Be careful, don't fall down. The little girl walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. Seeing Yi Fan on the room, she immediately opened her eyes wide in shock and said, Big brother, what are you doing? Facing the puzzlement of the old man and the little girl, Yi Fan felt a little awkward and said, It was too hot last night, so I came up to the room to cool down and accidentally fell asleep. After Yi Fan finished washing up, the old man called him to eat. There was a small bowl of white rice porridge and a plate of salted vegetables. It was very simple because their conditions were really limited. The little girl was very sensible and had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. Then she ladled a bowl of white porridge for Yi Fan and a full bowl for her grandfather. However, when it was her turn, she only ladled a little. Originally, she used a small bowl, but it was so little that she finished in a few mouthfuls and put down the bowl and chopsticks. Why did you eat so little? The old man asked her. Although the little girl was wearing patched clothes, she was as beautiful as a delicate porcelain doll. She patted her little belly and said, "I'm full." "Nonsense, you only ate a few mouthfuls. How can you be full?" "I'm really full. Last night, I ate the chicken that Grandpa left for me and half a steamed bun, so I'm still not hungry." As the little girl spoke, she picked up her little bowl and prepared to wash it. The old man pulled her back, filled her little bowl with white porridge and said, "Good girl, you are still growing, so you need to eat more. Don't worry, we still have rice at home." "I'm not worried, I'm really full. Grandpa, you have to eat more." The little girl poured a lot of white porridge from her little bowl into the big bowl of the old man. The old man couldn't stop her, so he didn't say anything and just sighed. "Grandpa, will those bad people come today?" The little girl's blushing face revealed a trace of fear, and her voice was very tender as she said, "They have already taken our restaurant, and now they come here every day to cause trouble. We can't do business at all, and now we can't even eat. Why won't they let us go?" "It's okay, you don't have to worry. As long as Grandpa is here, you won't be hungry." The old man touched her head, and then added some white porridge to the little girl's bowl. Yi Fan didn't say anything and silently finished this simple breakfast, but his heart couldn't calm down. The old man's surname was Jiang, which was a very old surname, and if traced back, it would be very big, but the old man was very ordinary, just one of the many living beings, and now his life was very difficult. The sensible and beautiful little girl was called Tingting. Her parents passed away 2 years ago, leaving her and the old man to depend on each other. Yi Fan didn't say much, and after eating breakfast, he said to the old man, "Uncle, I'm going out for a walk. You are unfamiliar with this place, so be careful." The old man warned. This town couldn't be said to be big, but it couldn't be small either. There were more than 1,000 families, and close to 5,000 people. At the most prosperous crossroads, there were a few restaurants and inns, and most of the grocery stores were also concentrated there, and the other places were mostly residential areas. Yi Fan walked around the town, and then walked out of the town. Many fields were close to the town, and in the distance was a mountain forest, where hunters went hunting every day. Yi Fan walked into the mountain forest, and the deeper he went, the more surprised he was. Standing on a high mountain, he looked into the distance, and found that the mountains in the distance were undulating, the fog was hazy, and the primitive old forest seemed to have no end. Waves of roars came from the depths of the mountain forest, but Yi Fan didn't worry, and instead revealed a happy expression. This town could indeed let him cultivate in peace. Not only was it peaceful, but it was also close to the mountains, and there were definitely strange beasts and spirit herbs, which were all things he needed. Yi Fan walked around the mountain for less than half a day, but he didn't go too far. He had plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to rush. When it was close to noon, he began to walk out, and along the way, he met some hunters and some herb gatherers. The life of ordinary people is really not easy. Yi Fan sighed. He found that a few hunters were carrying some game, and at the same time, a bloody corpse, and walking towards the town, it must have been killed by a large beast while hunting. In the distance, a few roe deer were drinking in the mountain stream, and Yi Fan silently went around them, and then threw a mountain rock in his hand, and with a bang, a roe deer was smashed into the stream. After that, he hunted another roe deer in the mountain forest, and only then did he walk back. On the way, some hunters saw an 11 or 12-year-old youth dragging a roe deer, and all of them revealed a surprised expression. Yi Fan didn't mind. He was going to live in this town for a long time, and these things were unavoidable. When it was close to noon, Yi Fan returned to the town, and sold the roe deer to a butcher, then went to buy some rice and noodles, and brought the roe deer to Uncle Zhang's small restaurant. From afar, he could see that there were many people surrounding the restaurant, and Ting Ting's helpless cries came through the crowd. Yi Fan's heart immediately thumped, and he quickly rushed over. The old man's white hair was scattered, and there were many bloodstains on his face. He sat on the ground powerlessly, and his patched clothes were stained with a lot of dust. Little Ting Ting cried sadly, and used her small sleeves to wipe the bloodstains on the old man's face. She cried at the people in front of her who were speaking viciously, "You are bad people, you robbed Grandpa's restaurant, and now we don't even have food to eat, and you still won't let us go. A middle-aged man with a yellow face squatted down and forcefully poked little Ting Ting's forehead, causing her to fall to the ground, and said, "What do you know, little brat? If you have something to say, then come at me. Don't treat a child like this." Uncle Jiang protected Ting Ting behind him and wiped the bloodstains on his face. "What do you want?" "We don't want anything, we just came here to eat, and you actually said that there's no food? What do you open a restaurant for? If that's the case, then just directly close it." "Bad people, you come every day to eat for free. Where do we have the money to feed you?" Little Ting Ting cried behind Uncle Jiang. There were many people in the crowd who couldn't stand it anymore, but they didn't dare to come forward and could only persuade Uncle Jiang, "Elder Jiang, just close this small restaurant and leave with your granddaughter." "That's right, there are cultivators in their family. How can we mortals afford to offend them? You two should quickly leave. Even though we have to leave our homes, it's still better to leave." "What are you guys talking about?" The middle-aged man with a yellow face stood up, and his gaze swept across the surrounding people. Those voices immediately became silent. Yi Fan's anger surged, but he didn't immediately make a move. There were cultivators in their family, and he was afraid that if he acted rashly, he would harm the grandfather and granddaughter instead. Of course, he definitely wouldn't let these people go. Not making a move now didn't mean that he wouldn't make a move later. At this time, the middle-aged man and a few others swaggered away. The surrounding people all came forward to persuade Uncle Jiang, and among them, little Ting Ting's heartbroken sobs could be heard. Only after a long time did the crowd gradually disperse. Little Ting Ting's eyes were red as she helped the old man up, and they walked towards the small restaurant. Seeing such a kind old man in his twilight years being bullied like this, and seeing little Ting Ting, who was covered in patches, crying so sadly, Yi Fan felt extremely angry. He looked in the direction where the people left and clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 73. It was already close to noon and the small restaurant was deserted. There were no customers at all and only little Ting Ting's sobbing could be heard. Yi Fan pushed open the door and walked in while dragging the deer and carrying the rice noodles. Little Ting Ting's eyes were red and she was using a hot towel to carefully wipe the old man's wound. Her heart ached and she cried while wiping. There were bruises on the old man's wrinkled face. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and even his white hair was stained with blood. How could these bastards have the heart to do this? Yi Fan felt a wave of pain in his heart. A kind-hearted old man with one foot in the grave suffered such a vicious attack. It was truly infuriating. Little Ting Ting was so cute and sensible. She was only 5 or 6 years old, but she was also poked on the forehead and fell to the ground. At this moment, her face was filled with sad tears. It was truly heart-wrenching and pitiful. "Big brother." Seeing Yi Fan return, little Ting Ting's tears rolled down again and she began to cry loudly. "Good Ting Ting, don't cry. Grandpa is fine." The old man hurriedly comforted Ting Ting and used his calloused hands to wipe away her tears. Then he looked at Yi Fan in shock and said, "This deer and the rice noodles? I caught the deer in the forest and the rice noodles were exchanged for with a deer." Yi Fan put down these things and took out a small jade bottle. He pulled out the stopper and poured out a bit of 100 grass liquid. Then he smeared it on the old man's wound. "You only ate a meal from us, you don't need to be like this." The old man was not good with words. He was very grateful but couldn't say anything. "Uncle, you don't need to say anything. A meal is indeed nothing, but the thought and friendship is very important." Speaking to this point, Yi Fan squatted down and helped Ting Ting wipe away the tears on her face and said, "Ting Ting, don't cry. I will stay here in the future and won't let you feel wronged." "Big brother?" Little Ting Ting's eyes turned red again. Her long eyelashes trembled and tears fell down. She looked down at her patched shoes and said in a small voice, "But those bad people will come again and bully us." "Don't be afraid, Big brother won't let those bad guys bully Ting Ting anymore." Yi Fan patted her head in pity. Such a cute and sensible little girl was bullied and humiliated like this. It was really hard for him to calm down. "Child, don't act recklessly." The old man, who was weather-beaten, could feel Yi Fan's anger. He was afraid that this young man would cause a disaster due to his impulsiveness and get himself involved. so he said, "We can't afford to offend them. There are cultivators in the Li clan. They are not people that we mortals can afford to offend." The old man let out a long sigh and said, "I'm already so old, and I really don't want to leave my hometown. After all, I've lived here for dozens of years, and the older one gets, the more nostalgic they become. I have an unforgettable feeling for this place. But now I have no choice but to leave. For Tingting's sake, I've decided to give up everything here. Even if I have to beg for food and leave my hometown, I won't stay here any longer." "Grandpa!" 2 streams of tears appeared on Xiao Tingting's face. "Good girl, Tingting, don't cry. Uncle, don't say things like leaving your hometown first." After comforting Xiao Tingting, Yi Fan said to the old man, "Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. First, close this shop and I'll think of a plan. If I really can't think of anything, I'll leave with you." Yi Fan deeply knew that mortals have many unfortunate things. The most painful thing was losing one's son and leaving one's hometown. The old man had already lost his son, and now he was being forced to leave this small town. It was easy to imagine the pain in his heart. He really didn't want to see this pair of grandfather and granddaughter suffer misfortune. "Tell me in detail, what kind of background does the Li clan have?" "Child, what are you going to do?" "We will pack our things and leave here tomorrow. We will never return. Right now, don't provoke them. I'm not an impulsive person, don't worry." In the end, under Yi Fan's constant questioning, the old man finally told him some things. The Li clan was one of the largest clans in this town. Apparently, 3 or 4 people in the clan were cultivating outside. Cultivators were very mysterious to ordinary people. They couldn't be seen normally, so the people in the town were very afraid of the Li clan. Yi Fan felt that the old man didn't say some things. For example, the Jiang clan used to be very well, they had a restaurant in the town, and why his son suddenly passed away. He didn't say any of these things. Tingting, warm the towel with hot water for Grandpa. After sending Tingting away, the old man said, "Little brother, I know you're not an ordinary child. You were able to catch a deer at such a young age, so you probably know some cultivation. But I still advise you not to provoke the Li clan." The old man continued. His son and daughter-in-law were actually also cultivators. A few years ago, they were highly regarded by a certain sect. Even the Li clan in the town was on good terms with them and didn't want to offend them. Mist Grotto? Yi Fan was very surprised. The sect the old man's son was in was actually one of the 6 grotto heavens in the Yen kingdom. It was only 200 miles away from the town. A few people from the Li clan also cultivated in the Mist Grotto. One of them entered the sect at almost the same time as the old man's son, but his achievements were far behind. The Li clan's child had bad intentions and behaved improperly. He did an evil thing and my child was too upright, so he couldn't help but act. In the end, he made a great enemy. Tingting's father's talent was extraordinary. He was especially valued in the Mist Grotto, so he wasn't afraid of the Li clan disciple who entered the sect at the same time as him. But the weather was unpredictable, and people had good fortune and misfortune. 2 years ago, when Tingting's parents left the mountain to gather spirit herbs, they unfortunately died tragically under the claws of lightning birds. After Tingting's parents died, the Li clan no longer had any scruples. They first took away the old man's restaurant, and then took away his inn. They forced the poor grandfather and grandson to this state, but they still weren't willing to let them go. At this time, Xiao Tingting came back after washing the towel. She looked like a porcelain doll, but she said something that didn't match her age. Why is it that the good are always bullied in this world, while the bad live to 100 years old? Hearing her young words and seeing her wronged expression, Yi Fan and the old man looked at each other silently, not knowing how to comfort her. There are still many good people in this world. Tingting only sees one side, everything will be better in the future. Yi Fan didn't want her little heart to develop negative emotions too early. Yes, your big brother is a good person. By helping us like this, he and Tingting will both live long. The old man revealed a kind smile and said, "Today, I will stew the deer meat for Tingting to eat." The old man followed Yi Fan's suggestion and closed the small restaurant. At noon, the 3 of them ate a sumptuous meal. Tingting's little face was flushed and she finally smiled again. In the afternoon, Yi Fan wandered around the small town and found out the Li clan's properties, as well as the location of the old man's restaurant and inn. Then, he indirectly learned a lot from other people. He didn't want to act rashly, afraid that he would implicate the old man and little Tingting. It would be the saddest thing to harm others instead of helping them. There are many people from the Li clan cultivating in the Mist Grotto. Yi Fan didn't feel confident. After all, he had just started cultivating. And this wasn't the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that there was someone from the Li clan cultivating in a super immortal sect outside of Yen country. He seemed to have extraordinary achievements. The Li clan is really hard to deal with. It seems that I have to think of another way. This made Yi Fan even more determined to cultivate. He had to become stronger or else his hands and feet would be tied. Even if he wanted to help Uncle Jiang and the pitiful little Tingting, it would be difficult to do so. No matter what, I can't let those bastards who attacked today go. Yi Fan didn't rush into action. Impulsiveness would only ruin things. He calmly returned to the small restaurant and began to meditate after entering his room. After getting the golden page book and the mysterious green copper, he hadn't properly examined them. Now he decided to start with the golden page book first. He used the Tao scripture and began to look inside. The yellow bean-sized golden sea of bitterness was like a divine moon in the darkness. The simple and imposing green copper was in the center of the golden sea of bitterness. It was motionless, as steady as a rock, and silent. The golden page book was pushed to the edge of the sea of bitterness. Brilliant light flowed and flashed with bursts of divine brilliance. The densely packed small characters on it were like stars, radiating golden light, sacred and ethereal. The golden page book seemed to want to return to the center of the sea of bitterness. However, no matter how dazzling it was, it couldn't move the green copper at all. It could only drift at the edge of the sea of bitterness. Yi Fan's mind was completely immersed in the golden page book in the sea of bitterness. However, he encountered the same problem as last time. Every small character on the golden page book shot out golden needle-like rays of light. It made his mind hurt, and he couldn't see the characters clearly. How could this be? Is there no way to cultivate the mysterious method on this golden page book? Yi Fan frowned. This was like having a treasure mountain, but he couldn't take out any wealth. He couldn't even grab a copper coin in his hand. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to suddenly think of something and took out something from his pocket. A dark Bodhi seed appeared in his hand. It was as big as a walnut, and there were natural patterns on it. When they were connected together, they formed a pattern of a Buddha. The Buddha pattern was formed by nature. It was dark, simple, and natural. There was a faint Zen aura coming from it. The Bodhi tree can help people prove their Tao. Let me try with this Bodhi seed. It was because of this Bodhi seed that Yi Fan obtained a mysterious ancient scripture from the bronze coffin. At this moment, he couldn't read the mysterious method recorded in the golden page book, so he wanted to try with this magical Bodhi seed. The Bodhi tree had other names. It was the tree of wisdom, the tree of enlightenment, and the tree of thought. Legend had it that it could awaken one's divinity and enlighten oneself. The moment Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed, he began to use the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture. Suddenly, golden threads flowed out from the sea of bitterness and gathered towards the Bodhi seed. At this moment, he didn't know if it was an illusion or if the Bodhi seed was really working. He felt his mind was empty and very peaceful. He began to look into the sea of bitterness again and looked at the golden page book. It's really working. Yi Fan was amazed. The Bodhi seed made his mind empty and calm. He easily saw through the golden light and saw the ancient words on the golden paper. The golden needles that were piercing to the eyes seemed to soften and no longer hurt his eyes. I've opened a treasure trove. Even with the Bodhi seed in his hand, Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He was very excited. He opened the complete sea of reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture. The ancient characters transformed into divine splendor, continuously imprinting themselves onto his mind's stigma like stars shining brightly in the sky. Chapter 74. This golden page was mysterious and unfathomable. The densely packed characters on it were not read out, but turned into stars that rushed towards Yi Fan's mind. At this moment, Yi Fan felt auspicious lights descending from the sky, divine springs gushing out from the earth, lotus flowers blooming, and jade grass sprouting. Divine lights filled the sky, dragons and phoenixes danced, life tortoises breathed out auspicious qi, purple qi came from the east, golden light came from the west, 5-colored divine lights shone, and 7-colored divine rainbows crossed the sky. Many miraculous scenes, endless methods, appeared one after another. It was mysterious, like the heavenly music, like the hymn of the great Tao, rumbling in Yi Fan's mind. He was in a trance, as if he was intoxicated, like a desert that had been dry for a long time meeting dew. The endless yellow sand was gradually filled with vitality. Yi Fan felt as if many windows had suddenly opened, and all kinds of divine lights shot towards him. He tried his best to grasp something, but the light passed through the gaps between his fingers. It was very difficult to grasp. This was not cultivation. No one could understand such a profound truth in a short period of time. This was a kind of impact. The Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, silver light bursting out, majestic. What did the scroll say? It rushed into Yi Fan's mind in a very general way, allowing him to roughly understand what he had to cultivate and what realm he had to reach. The Sea of Bitterness, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Permitha. These 4 realms perfectly explain the meaning of the Sea of Reincarnation scroll of the Tao scripture. A cultivator first had to open up the Sea of Bitterness, gradually strengthening it. Only then could one explore the Wheel of Life, because the two overlapped together. Then, an endless amount of life essence was released, lingering above the Sea of Bitterness, overflowing to every part of the body, nourishing the flesh, organs, and bones, strengthening the flesh shell, and beginning to transcend mortals. This was the first realm of the Sea of Reincarnation scroll, the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness covered the Wheel of Life, one above the other, overlapping. Every year, a mark would be left on the Wheel of Life, until the Wheel of Life was full of scars and completely collapsed. At that time, a person's lifespan would be exhausted, and they would die. If he wanted to change the situation, then the only way was to open up a passageway in the Sea of Misery that led directly to the bottom of the sea and linked up with the Wheel of Life to allow an enormous amount of vitality essence to surge out and stop the corrosion of the Sea of Misery. Only then would he be able to extend his lifespan. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. The vigorous life essence surged and finally gathered together. It would turn into liquid form and form the divine spring of life, which would then rush into the Sea of Bitterness. Opening a life spring in the desolate Sea of Bitterness and connecting it to the Wheel of Life, allowing the divine spring to flow, this was the second realm of the Sea of Reincarnation scripture, Life Spring. Only in this way would a cultivator have a source of power, and only then would they be able to execute various mystical techniques and divine abilities, possessing unfathomable might. This was the crucial step for a cultivator to transform. As long as the source of divine power was not exhausted, their magic power would be endless. In fact, the divine rainbow that cultivators controlled was the divine light that flowed out of their life springs. After reaching the life spring realm, one would be able to control a rainbow to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There were countless mystical techniques. The mysteries of the human body were endless, and powerful cultivators did not want to be trapped in the Sea of Bitterness. They wanted to explore other unknown secret realms of the human body, so there was the process of forcefully crossing the Sea of Bitterness. The mystical techniques recorded in the Tao scripture had an indomitable momentum. Even if the Sea of Bitterness was boundless, there was no need to look back. One needed to use one's own strength to break through the shackles. In order to achieve their goal, the cultivator needed to transform their flesh shell and form a segment of divine meridian in the Sea of Bitterness to help them break through the obstacles and reach the other end of the Sea of Bitterness. This was a difficult and long process. The cultivator would become stronger the more he suffered, and in the end, the Sea of Reincarnation would sublimate, forming the divine meridian of heaven and earth, and releasing the endless potential of the body. This was the third realm of the Sea of Reincarnation scripture, Divine Bridge. At this stage of cultivation, The cultivators must be incomparably firm and could not be shaken. Only then could they see through the falsehood and fog and continue to search for their own shore. In this process, not only must the flesh shell transform, but the spirit must also sublimate. The spirit and the shell must become one, breaking through the shackles and transcending oneself. Only then could one return to their origin and find their roots. The divine bridge was like a rainbow, successfully crossing the sea of bitterness. This was the fourth realm of the sea of reincarnation scripture, opposite shore. Reaching the opposite shore, the cultivator's flesh and blood, organs and bones would all wither, and then there would be a different kind of rebirth, continuously being reborn 9 times, completing the transformation of a cocoon into a butterfly. The sea of bitterness, life spring, divine bridge, opposite shore, these 4 great realms were separated from each other, like heaven and earth. To break through was extremely difficult. Every great realm had many details that needed to be accumulated and settled. Only then would there be the possibility of transformation. So after reaching the second great realm, life spring, one can control a rainbow to travel. For such a person to kill a bitter sea stage cultivator, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yi Fan shuddered. He thought of Elder Han, whose cultivation was at least at the life spring stage. Between the 4 great realms, the difference in strength was huge, like the gap between heaven and earth. To classify Yi Fan as a bitter sea stage cultivator was really a bit forced, because the golden sea of bitterness that he had opened up was too small. It was only the size of a soybean. Yi Fan was not dispirited. After all, he had just started cultivating. The time was too short. To have such an achievement was really not easy. Moreover, his sea of bitterness was different from the others. It was bright and dazzling without the slightest deathly aura. Every time it was opened, it would shake the heavens and earth, like a golden ocean surging. It must not be ordinary. Then, Yi Fan thought of Elder Han's grandson, Han Feiyu. Although his divine spring of life could not gush out, and had not reached the second great realm, life spring, but he could already control the greenwood treasure seal. Such a bitter sea cultivator, who had grasped a treasure, was enough to be a threat to him. Yi Fan received the impact of the general trend. It was like a dream. The Sea of Reincarnation chapter of the Tao scripture was like a magnificent historical picture scroll, unfolding in his heart, and then like a surging sacred river that split the heavens and earth, surging past, allowing him to understand the profound true meaning. There was no specific cultivation, but this grand baptism had benefited him a lot. This was a kind of grasp of the overall cultivation, allowing him to understand the direction and know how to walk the road in the future. There are some differences from the Tao scripture that I practiced before. After Yi Fan grasped the general meaning, he began to carefully study it from the beginning and suddenly found an abnormality. He found that the mysterious technique recorded in this golden page was different from the Tao scripture that he practiced in the Spirit Ruins Paradise. Just the opening few lines of ancient characters were somewhat different. It seems that after the sea of reincarnation of the Tao scripture was lost, although some fragments were passed down, but they were not accurate enough. Yi Fan secretly rejoiced. If he had not accidentally obtained this golden page, he most likely would never know the shortcomings of the Tao scripture that he had practiced before. Now I can still correct it and make the mysterious technique perfect. Yi Fan did what he said and immediately began to practice according to the mysterious technique recorded in the real Tao scripture. A mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that his heart was empty. After the mystical technique was corrected, the golden threads that flowed out from the sea of sufferings increased. They flowed towards his limbs and bones, making his entire body comfortable. His flesh, blood, organs, and bones were all being nourished. At this moment, he seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. At the same time, some strange changes took place in the sky above Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Divine splendor appeared, like stars at first, and then like chaos. Qi was breathed out and spread out, coming out of nothingness. Misty mist lingered, and divine rays shone. There were thousands of changes without a fixed pattern. The sky above the golden sea was ever-changing. One moment the sky was full of stars, and the next moment the sky was silent. Growth and decline, prosperity and destruction were repeated, constantly alternating with reincarnation. Is this the change that the real Tao scripture has? Yi Fan was very surprised. At this moment he felt the vigorous vitality of the heaven and earth combining qi to give birth to all things, and he also understood the lifelessness of the universe and the withering starry sky. It was not until a long time later that everything calmed down, and the golden sea of bitterness became more condensed. In the past it was as bright as the moon, but now it was as bright as the sun. The overflowing golden threads were even more blazing, and there was an extremely vigorous vitality. The real Tao scripture is indeed extraordinary. Yi Fan sighed. He believed that he could go further and break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. However, he was not complacent, because he knew that there were several ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory that were comparable to the Tao scripture. They were all extremely profound, and they were all complete chapters that were not lost. Now, they were all in the hands of the Holy Lands and the families of the ancients. At present, the mysterious technique that I practice is not worse than anyone else, and my starting point is not lower than anyone else's. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he said, I will definitely be able to open up the sea of bitterness, let the divine spring gurgle, form the bridge between heaven and earth, reach the other side, and be reborn 9 times in a row, completing the metamorphosis of breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Chapter 75. After dinner, Yi Fan continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. For the whole night he was immersed in a mysterious state. The golden sea of bitterness was spread out and out of nothingness. The stars were shining, the chaos was hazy, and it was ever-changing. It was not until the second day that he woke up from this state. He was not tired at all. The essence of life in the sea of bitterness was overflowing, making him feel refreshed. Big brother, it's time for breakfast. Little Ting Ting bounced over and called him to eat. Her little face was filled with a happy smile. Although the clothes on her body were not fitting and were tattered with many patches, it could not hide the unique brilliance of her bright childlike face. Yi Fan sighed. A child was a child. She had experienced such a tragedy yesterday and suffered so much grievance. She cried so sadly, but when she woke up, she was no longer sad and quickly forgot all the unhappiness. Is Ting Ting happy? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Ting Ting nodded seriously and said, now that there is food, Grandpa doesn't have to be reluctant to eat. He saved it for me. Of course, Ting Ting is happy. Yi Fan was startled. It turned out that some people's happiness was so simple. Being able to eat made Ting Ting so satisfied. Compared to those who tried their best to fight for fame and fortune, this standard was too low. Perhaps it was because of this simple happiness that such a pure beauty was born. Looking at her blushing little face full of smiles, Yi Fan was deeply infected. He dotingly touched her head and then pulled her out of the house. When it was close to noon, the middle-aged man from the Li family came again. Seeing that the small restaurant was closed, he kicked it a few times and cursed, "Open the door, Grandpa is here to eat." Inside the small restaurant, Ting Ting was very nervous. Her big eyes were full of fear. She tightly leaned against the old man's arms, afraid that those people would break in. Uncle Jiang gently patted her back and comforted her in a low voice. Yi Fan stood in the house and listened to those unpleasant curses. He gradually frowned and his eyes became colder. Fine, old man Jiang, if you don't do business, just wait to starve to death. You're already 70 or 80, let's see what you can do. The person outside cursed and smashed the 2 pots of flowers outside the door. Then he used a dagger to carve on the door until it was beyond recognition. Only then did he swagger away. Grandpa. After a long time, Ting Ting timidly said, "Will those bad people come tomorrow?" "It's okay, Ting Ting, don't be afraid. Grandpa won't let them hurt you." The old man kept comforting her. Ting Ting whispered, "Those bad people do evil every day. Why no good people come to punish them?" Yi Fan felt that in this world, the words of a child were indeed the truest. There were many injustices, but not all of them could be cared about. "Ting Ting, don't worry. They won't come tomorrow. Yi Fan squatted down and smiled. Come, let's go eat. I'll make you a good dish for lunch. Yi ting yi fan school. Don, I said, ting 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 in. Big brother, you know how to cook? Ting ting ting's eyes were filled with disbelief. The little girl blinked her big eyes in disbelief. I don't believe it. Grandpa can cook anything. In the past, when we still had a restaurant, Grandpa cooked delicious food for me every day. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Have you tried it? Sweet and sour pork ribs, have you ever eaten it? Even the old man beside her was puzzled. As expected, Ting Ting showed a confused expression and said, How can sugar be put with pork ribs? Even the old man beside her was puzzled. In the end, Yi Fan could only be an armchair strategist. His culinary skills were terrible, but after the old man learned the method, he did it himself and finally brought the sweet and sour deer ribs to the table. Little Ting Ting had a great time eating this meal and was filled with a happy smile. Yi Fan liked this kind of harmonious and joyous atmosphere. It made him feel at home and vaguely gave him a sense of sustenance. After lunch, the old man let Ting Ting take a nap. He brewed a pot of coarse tea and brought it to the clean square table. He asked Yi Fan, Child, are you going to do something? Don't be rash. Yi Fan smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. In fact, anyone can be a bad person, it's just a matter of whether they want to or not. What are you going to do? If I really think about it, it's not hard to harm people. I have 100 ways to take revenge on them. However, there's no need to do that. I can just use the simplest method. I'll make sure they can't take care of themselves and come looking for trouble. When I have time in the future, I'll take care of them. Yi Fan directly left the small town in the afternoon. He didn't want to scheme against the Li family. As long as those people cultivating outside didn't return, there was no need to do this. He had already figured out that the Li family had to go to the county to buy food and goods every month. They practically monopolized half of the business in the small town. Tomorrow was the day to go to the county for a big purchase. The yellow-faced middle-aged man was a steward of the Li family. Under normal circumstances, he was in charge of this matter. The county was about 70 to 80 li away from the small town. It was much more prosperous than the small town and had a population of tens of thousands. There were many shops on both sides of the street and the sound of hawking could be heard incessantly. This distance was not a problem at all for Yi Fan, whose physique far surpassed ordinary people. He easily arrived in less than 2 hours. After exchanging the game he caught in the forest for coins, he bought many sweets and snacks for Ting Ting. He then bought a few small clothes and shoes for her and finally bought the things he needed for tomorrow. He only returned when the sky was about to turn dark. The main reason he came out today was to examine the road between the small town and the county. He wanted to see where it was desolate and secluded. Yi Fan didn't return until the lights were turned on. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the old man's worried heart finally relaxed. Little Ting Ting, on the other hand, was very happy and excited. She held the beautiful clothes with a happy smile on her face. She opened the paper bags of sweets and snacks and stuffed the delicious things into the old man's and Yi Fan's mouths before eating happily herself. Ting Ting, why don't you go change? Yi Fan asked her. I'll wear it later. Ting Ting's current clothes can still be worn. She carefully wrapped up the new clothes. Looking at the old clothes that were mended and sewn over and over again, Yi Fan felt a bit sad. A child from a poor family made one's heart ache. She was so sensible at such a young age. Although it was an unintentional remark, it made it difficult for him to calm down. Don't worry, Ting Ting will have new clothes to wear every day in the future. Hurry and change. Yi Fan felt that if a cute girl like Ting Ting and a kind old man like Uncle Jiang were bullied again, it would be unforgivable. That night, Yi Fan continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. He found that when he held the Bodhi seed in his hand, his heart would become especially clear and his understanding of the Tao scripture would become much deeper. As expected of the path understanding tree. The next afternoon, Yi Fan left the small town and walked through the forest. He quickly came to the road that led to the county. There was a section of the mountain road where he had to pass through a small canyon. Yi Fan quickly climbed up the cliff and changed into a set of black clothes. He covered his face and put on a pair of stilts to disguise himself as an adult. Then, he opened all the oil barrels that he had prepared yesterday and waited quietly for the Li family's people to come back. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that the sound of rolling came from the mountain road. There were more than a dozen large carts, all loaded with goods. From silk and cloth to daily necessities and food, there was everything that one could think of. Yi Fan stood up and threw the oil barrels down with all his might. Pung pung, sounds continuously rang out. The dozen carts were all drenched in oil, and the people below immediately panicked. Oil, it's oil, someone wants to set the carts on fire. The Li family people shouted. Many people fled in panic, but some people were looking for the person who wanted to set the fire. At this time, someone finally noticed Yi Fan above the canyon. He was tall and wore black clothes. The torches in his hands were thrown down one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The raging fire immediately ignited, and the dozen carts were instantly turned into a sea of fire. It was impossible to extinguish it, and the flames soared to the sky. Or you dare to set fire to the Li family's goods? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by cultivators? The yellow-faced middle-aged man shouted in panic. With so many goods destroyed, he could already imagine the terrifying consequences when he returned. Another barrel of oil was thrown down, and it almost hit his head. His clothes were splashed with a lot of oil, and then a flame fell down. The yellow-faced middle-aged man immediately screamed miserably, and as if his life depended on it, he rushed towards the distant mountain stream. Yi Fan swept his eyes over and hid his figure above the valley. Then, he quickly took off his stilts and took off his black clothes. Carrying these things, he flew away. That night, the entire Cool Breeze town was shaken. The Li family's losses were disastrous. More than a dozen carts of goods were completely burned, and nothing was left. There were also 7 or 8 people who were burned. It was difficult for the small town to calm down the entire night. The Li family seemed to have gone crazy, and they were practically going from house to house looking for clues. For them, this was simply stirring up trouble. The huge losses made the Li family furious. Only until late at night did the small town calm down. The Li family felt that the people of the town did not dare to do this. They did not have that kind of skill and courage. They guessed that it was a distant enemy. The Li family immediately became nervous, and they ordered people to send a message to the Misty Paradise that very night. That night, Yi Fan quietly left the small restaurant and went to the depths of the mountain. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. He did not know how deep into the mountain forest he went, but he finally found a stone cave. Yi Fan used a huge rock to seal himself inside, and then took out all the spirit medicines. The jade serpent orchid was as soft as mutton fat jade, and overflowed with a refreshing fragrance. The golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit was dazzling, and a brilliant light circulated. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand, and calmed his mind to comprehend the Tao scripture. Only when he felt the sea of bitterness tremble, and felt that he could break through, did he eat the jade serpent orchid. An hour later, although the cave was blocked by a huge rock, it still emitted waves of sound. Beams of golden light rushed out like a tsunami, and the sound of the waves rumbled unceasingly. It was not until the latter half of the night that everything calmed down. Yi Fan looked inside and found that the golden sea of bitterness had more than doubled in size. He moved the huge rock away and rushed out of the cave. His body was light and healthy, and his strength and speed had increased a lot. He ran quickly in the mountain forest like a wisp of smoke. In the end, he returned to the cave and sealed the cave entrance with a huge rock again. Without hesitation, he swallowed the golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit, and then held the Bodhi seed in his hand to comprehend the Tao scripture. In the latter half of the night, there was a deafening sound in the cave. The huge rock blocking the cave entrance suddenly collapsed, and the stones shot out in all directions. It was like a volcanic eruption, and also like the 9 heavens Milky Way pouring down. The cave was filled with dazzling light, tsunamis shook the sky, and thunder was unceasing. Yi Fan's sea of bitterness turned into a golden ocean, and kept rolling high into the sky. This situation lasted for a full 2 hours, and then the terrifying sound slowly subsided. The divine light gradually faded, and Yi Fan rushed out quickly. The cave behind him let out a rumbling sound and quickly collapsed. The reason it hadn't collapsed before was because the golden light was supporting it. At this moment, it was close to dawn, and the mountain forest was not particularly dark. Yi Fan felt that his body was full of vitality, and there was an exuberant essence flowing in his body. The golden sea of bitterness had expanded from the size of a soybean to the size of a pigeon's egg overnight. It had expanded several times. He was very surprised. All of this was caused by the golden stem left by the ancient wood spirit, which contained 10 times more life essence than the jade snake orchid. It was really a rare treasure. Yi Fan could not calm down. He found that his body was like a bottomless pit, and he did not have to worry about the medicinal effect being too strong. As long as he could provide enough life essence, he could continue to open up the sea of bitterness. Did the curse of the sacred body of the ancients not appear on me? Or is this the curse? Every step forward requires a huge amount of life essence. In this way, the path will become narrower and narrower, and it will be difficult to open up the sea of bitterness in the later stage. If ordinary people absorbed so much life essence, they would have already broken through the sea of bitterness, and their body would have already collapsed. If ordinary people absorbed all of this life essence in a long time, the sea of bitterness opened up should be bigger than mine. Yi Fan pondered. His cultivation was simply a kind of extravagant squandering. He said to himself, "Is it a waste? I don't think so." At this time, he found that his sea of bitterness was exceptionally condensed. Although it was only the size of a pigeon's egg, it contained a total of 19 divine patterns, and it was extremely exuberant. When the sea of bitterness of ordinary people was the size of a pigeon's egg, I'm afraid it would be difficult to condense divine patterns, but my golden sea of bitterness has done it long ago. Yi Fan did not feel that it was extravagant. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment. His golden sea of bitterness was different. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Fan gently flicked his 10 fingers, and suddenly more than a dozen divine patterns shot out. Like dazzling sword auras, they all pierced through the mountain rocks in front of him. If I open up a sea of bitterness of the same size, the divine power I have will be many times stronger than others. This made Yi Fan's thoughts fluctuate. But if I want to succeed in my cultivation with this kind of physique, I need a huge amount of life essence as a backing. After thinking about this problem, he could not help but frown. But it's not just limited to spiritual medicine. If I can find the source that Elder Wu Qingfeng mentioned, I should be able to break through in a treasured land with extremely dense spiritual qi. According to ancient records, in the era when the qi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, it was chaotic and hazy. The spiritual qi was very dense, and many spiritual objects could absorb the original qi of heaven and earth, forming amber-like crystals that contained a huge amount of life essence. The ones that were preserved until now were called source. To cultivators, they were extremely precious. Some of the best source could be said to be priceless. From the era when all things were born to the ancient times, the original qi of heaven and earth gradually thinned, and it was very difficult for spiritual objects to form source. However, in the last glorious era, all things flourished, living creatures were powerful, and there were many spiritual medicines. As a result, many rare god source was formed. People later discovered that there were living creatures sealed in amber-like crystals. After such god source was mined, it could provide endless qi of life. That really is an era that people yearn for. Chapter 76. At the beginning of the world, the universe gave birth to all living things. The era that countless cultivators yearned for was gone forever. Yi Fan could only sigh. His harvest this night was huge. The bitter sea expanded from the size of a soybean to the size of a pigeon egg. Most importantly, there were 19 divine markings in the golden bitter sea. He already had extraordinary battle strength and became a cultivator of the bitter sea stage, removing the word barely. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Yi Fan hunted 2 pheasants and a hare in the mountain forest, and picked some wild fruits before heading back to the small town. After returning to the small restaurant, the old man had just placed breakfast on the table. Little Ting Ting was perseveringly knocking on his door, urging him to get up. Yi Fan couldn't help smiling. Seeing him come back from outside, little Ting Ting was very surprised, and Uncle Jiang was hesitant to speak. He had lived for so many years, and naturally guessed that the arson incident was related to Yi Fan. Today we have additional dishes for lunch: braised hare, green leaf chicken. Come, try these wild fruits first. Yi Fan handed a few bright red fruits to the little girl. Oh, there's delicious food again. Little Ting Ting was very happy. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan returned to his room and continued to study the Tao scripture. He felt that every time he reread the Tao scripture, he would have a different feeling. Hey! Yi Fan was surprised. He found that the opening lines of ancient characters on the Golden Book were slowly blurring, as though they would soon disappear. Fortunately, I have already remembered it, otherwise there would really be trouble. He did not understand why this situation would happen. Until noon, Yi Fan was awakened by a loud noise. Old bastard, don't talk nonsense, quickly prepare some food and wine, otherwise I will tear down your small restaurant. What bad luck, this fire is too terrible, that bastard deserves to be cut into pieces, he made us so miserable. Manager Liu, what should we do in the future? To be beaten out of the house by the Li family, it really doesn't sound good. You ask me, who do I ask? Let's take one step at a time. Old Jiang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare a table of food and wine to calm us down. Otherwise, prepare to be a corpse. It was the yellow-faced middle-aged man and his subordinates. Right now, they were all wrapped in bandages. Some of them were burned by the fire yesterday, while others were beaten up and chased out by the Li family. Little Ting Ting stood in front of the table and said timidly, "Don't yell at my grandpa. Our family is not running a restaurant anymore. Go eat somewhere else." Bang. Steward Liu slapped the table heavily. He glared at him and threatened, "Old man Jiang, stop dawdling. If you don't prepare the meal, I will throw your granddaughter into the well." Little girl, go to the side. This has nothing to do with you. A fierce-looking guy with a bandage on his left hand pushed Ting Ting with his right hand, almost causing the little girl to tumble. Uncle Jiang hurriedly supported Ting Ting and blocked her behind him. He said to the others, "We really don't want to do business anymore. This shop really can't continue. You guys should go somewhere else. Did you forget yesterday's lesson? We are in a bad mood today, and you still dare to talk back." Steward Liu sneered. His yellow face became even more sallow, looking somewhat gloomy. He abruptly stood up, grabbed Uncle Jiang's collar and said coldly, "You old fart, you've really become more and more unyielding these 2 days. We're all in big trouble, but you still dare to talk back to us like this. If you anger us, we'll burn down your doghouse today and make you beg for food with this little bastard." "Don't hit my grandpa." Little Ting Ting sobbed. She was only 5 years old, and she was too short to reach Steward Liu's arm. She could only hug one of his legs and begged, "I beg you, let go of my grandpa, he is already over 70 years old." Steward Liu's hand grabbed Uncle Jiang's collar tightly. Although he was burned, he wasn't someone an old man like Uncle Jiang could compare to. The old man's neck was a little bruised, and his wrinkled face was red from the suffocation. He started coughing violently. Little Ting Ting's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Steward Liu's leg and cried anxiously and pitifully, "I beg you, let go of my grandpa, he can't breathe." Sob sob, "My grandpa is already over 70 years old, don't pinch him, let go of him." Little Ting Ting shook Steward Liu's leg with all her might, but no matter how much strength she had, it was of no use. "Little girl, stay at the side." Steward Liu raised his leg forcefully, causing little Ting Ting to tumble. He then raised his leg to kick her. When Yi Fan rushed into the small restaurant from the backyard, he happened to see this scene. He grabbed the teapot on the table and threw it, smashing it heavily onto the leg that Steward Liu had just raised. Then, he quickly rushed over and pulled little Ting Ting up. "Big brother." Little Ting Ting pouted and called out timidly. Her big eyes were red, and there were tear stains on her face. Her new clothes were covered in dust. Yi Fan's hair stood up in anger. It was as if there was a fire burning in his body. He immediately pushed Steward Liu's hand away and rescued Uncle Jiang. Then, he said angrily, "You have the heart to lay your hands on such a lonely old man? Are you still human?" Where did this little bastard come from? How can you speak like that? The people at the side couldn't take it anymore. They all stood up and stared at Yi Fan with hostility. Steward Lu's yellow face was incomparably gloomy. He looked down at Yi Fan from above and said, "Little bastard, you're still so young, yet you want to fight for justice like an adult. In a bit, I'll throw you into the gutter. Let's see if you still dare to shout like that." Uncle Zhang's neck was bruised, and his face was flushed red. He squatted on the ground and coughed for a long time before he recovered. Little Ting Ting was incomparably nervous. She sobbed while lightly patting the old man's back. She cried, "Grandpa, are you all right? Don't scare Ting Ting Ting. Ting 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 is very worried. Ting 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 is very scared." Seeing all of this, Yi Fan's anger burned even more. However, his eyes gradually became ice cold. He stared at Steward Lu and said, "You're already so old. Did you live all your years like a dog?" Motherf *Ker, where did this bastard come from? He actually dares to speak to Steward Lu like that? Beat him to death. The yellow-faced middle-aged man hadn't even expressed his opinion when a fierce-looking fellow rushed over from the side and raised his hand to slap Yi Fan's face. However, this person himself let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. Because Yi Fan was the first to make a move and pinched his bandaged arm, everyone present didn't know how much strength Yi Fan had. They all thought that this fellow's heart-wrenching scream was because his wound was touched. Steward Lu being kicked out of the Li family was all within Yi Fan's expectations. However, he didn't expect him to be so domineering. Even after falling into such a state, he still came here to act like a tyrant. "Little bastard, your guts are really not small." Steward Lu sneered and stretched out his hand to slap Yi Fan's face. His movement wasn't fast. He wanted to humiliate Yi Fan. "Pa!" Yi Fan swung his palm and with a "pa" sound, Steward Lu was sent flying. He suddenly hit the square table behind him and a string of blood sprayed out from his mouth for 3 to 4 meters. He struggled to climb up and spat out 7 or 8 teeth. "Motherf *Ker, kill this bastard for me." Steward Lu was furious. His yellow face was almost distorted and his eyes were about to spit out fire. These people didn't realize that Yi Fan was different from ordinary people. With a "th" sound, they all surrounded him. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He pinched their bandaged wounds one by one. Suddenly, miserable screams were heard. "Pa, pa." Then, more than a dozen slaps sounded in succession. Yi Fan raised his left and right hands respectively and fiercely slapped their mouths. "You bastards, you even have the heart to bully such a lonely old man and such a cute child. You really deserve to die." Yi Fan's strength was so great that if he didn't control his strength, he could directly split these people's heads. Even so, their molars flew everywhere. These people covered in bandages were slapped until their mouths and noses bled. Their teeth fell out and they rolled on the ground. "Ah, little rabbit is here, bastard. You dare to hit us? It hurts so much, my wounds." These people were slapped by Yi Fan until they rolled on the ground and screamed. "I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang. I forgot that this is a small store. I'll have to trouble you to clean up later. I'll throw them out now," Yi Fan said as he grabbed them one by one and threw them all out. Uncle Jiang's emotions fluctuated violently. It was as if the anger that he had been holding in for 2 years was suddenly released. His body was trembling. He used his hands to cover Tingting's eyes so that she wouldn't see any of this. He was afraid that it would scare the little girl. Tingting was extremely anxious and asked with a sobbing tone, "Grandpa, what's wrong with Big Brother? Are those bad guys bullying him?" "Tingting, don't worry. Your big brother is fine. Those bad guys were all beaten to the ground by him." Yi Fan threw these people onto the street, but he did not let them go. He kicked them until they rolled around like rubber balls. They cried and screamed as if they had been skinned. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Steward Lu was naturally the target that Yi Fan paid special attention to. His cheeks were swollen, and it was unknown how many times he had been slapped. Almost all of his teeth were knocked out. "Help! Murder!" These people screamed and cried for help, attracting many onlookers. However, no one tried to stop them. Many people even wanted to go over and kick them a few times. When Yi Fan saw this, he loudly said, "Fellow villagers, what are you waiting for? These people were the dogs of the Li family, and now that they have been kicked out of the Li family, there's nothing to worry about. Come and beat them up. Teach them a good lesson." These words exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. With a whoosh, everyone surrounded them. Men, women, old and young were tearing and pulling at the people on the ground. "I heard this morning that they were beaten up by the Li family because their goods were burned. Looks like it's true. No wonder this young man can beat them up. So they are covered in injuries. Otherwise, this young man would have suffered a great loss today. Beat them. Beat these bastards to death." The crowd was enraged. They rushed forward and beat the people on the ground. It wasn't hard to guess how unpopular these people were. Now that the crowd was enraged, all of their anger erupted. The people on the ground kept rolling. Their screams were no longer human. They cried and cried for their parents. They were beaten until they lost control of their bowels and urine. The stench was overwhelming. Yi Fan originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to break some of their bones and make them behave for a year and a half, but now he realized that he didn't need to do it. The men and women, old and young, who surrounded them, beat the drowning dogs. Several people's arms and legs were all broken. They would probably be crippled for the rest of their lives. One could imagine how much anger they had aroused. "Spare us, we won't dare to do it again." "Ah, help, someone's dead." Chapter 77. Steward Lu and the others were beaten so badly that they could barely breathe. They lay on the street like dead dogs. In the past, they had gone too far and had already aroused public anger. If it weren't for the advice of a few prudent old men, they would have been beaten to death. In the end, everyone threw them to their own doorsteps like dead dogs. This matter could be said to be very satisfying. At noon, the small restaurant was filled with laughter. Little Tingting's smile was exceptionally bright. She was no longer worried or afraid. Uncle Jiang also let out the anger in his heart, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to have melted a lot. He made several dishes, such as rabbit meat in red, rabbit meatballs in clear soup, sweet and sour rabbit ribs, green leaf roll chicken, spicy diced chicken, and some vegetables and wild fruits. This meal lasted for a long time. From time to time, it was mixed with laughter. This harmonious atmosphere gave Yi Fan the illusion that he had returned home. After lunch, Yi Fan directly went deep into the mountains. He began to try to control the divine glyphs, because it was very crucial and important for his later cultivation. Every divine glyphs was like a divine iron chain, lingering above the golden sea of bitterness. This was the primitive form formed by the condensation of life essence. Cultivators could sacrifice the divine glyphs into various shapes, such as flying knives, daggers, and so on. They could be released from the body to kill the enemy, which was more effective than the divine glyphs. Some people would spend a lot of time and effort to sacrifice the primitive divine glyphs into flying swords, small shields, divine halberds, and so on. This way, it would be easier to control, and its power would be much greater when facing the enemy. There were also some people who were not afraid of complexity and mystery. They repeatedly tempered the divine glyphs into cauldrons, bells, or towers, and so on, which could exert all kinds of mysterious power. Legend has it that the tools, refined by a few cultivators using the divine glyphs, might undergo unexpected changes in the later stages. The path of Tao interweaved inside the tool, which had unfathomable power. Of course, the probability of this was very low. Only those extremely talented and powerful cultivators might have such a chance. Based on past experience, the more complicated and profound the artifact, refined from the primitive, divine pattern, the more powerful it was. Relatively speaking, the cauldron, bell, or tower had a higher chance of interweaving the path of the Tao within it. Of course, the more complicated a tool was, the more difficult it was to take shape. Even after spending an endless amount of time and energy, they might not even be able to forge a silhouette, wasting their time. Moreover, even if he was lucky and succeeded, it would be difficult for him to reap the rewards after cultivating bitterly to the later stages. After all, the chances of the trajectory of the Tao appearing was too tiny, and it was only a legend to most cultivators, and it only belonged to a few extraordinary figures. It was very important for a cultivator to refine a primitive, divine rune into a tool. Everyone treated it seriously because it was the foundation of their object manipulation in the future. For example, Han Feiyu controlled the green wood treasure seal, Elder Han controlled the 12 green wooden swords, and the Heartless Taoist controlled many kinds of spiritual weapons. The premise was that they had already refined the primitive, divine rune into a tool and used the tool to control all kinds of weapons. The vast majority of people, after refining the divine rune into a tool, would choose a spirit treasure of the same shape. Only when the two were the same could they display the greatest power. Of course, because the shape was different, it was not that they could not control other weapons, but it was more or less at a lower level. There were also some cultivators that constantly condensed divine rune, repeatedly refining their tool, and did not need to control other physical weapons. The tool that was forged was their spirit treasure. According to the records of the Sea of Reincarnation of the Tao scripture, the Bitter Sea, Life Spring, Divine Bridge, and Prometheus stages, each stage could refine a tool. Yi Fan was already a cultivator of the Bitter Sea stage, and now he was going to refine his first tool. He was seriously considering what to choose, because this was a matter of great importance. Once the tool was formed, it would be very difficult to change it. Moreover, the first tool was the foundation of his future, and was much more useful than the tools that were forged in other stages. Since he had chosen the path of cultivation, everything had to be considered in the long term. Yi Fan first eliminated flying swords, shields, spears, and other ordinary weapons. Even though he knew that the hope was slim, but he still hoped that his tool would be able to interweave the path of the Tao in the future. Therefore, he decided to choose from those complicated and mysterious tools. Just what should I choose? Yi Fan seriously and carefully considered for a long time, and finally his eyes lit up. Finally, he made a clear choice. He decided to refine his divine rune into a cauldron. This was not an impulsive decision, but a decision that Yi Fan had made after careful consideration. It was not only because he liked the cauldron, but more importantly, the cauldron was the most mysterious object in ancient China. The cauldron ran through the entire ancient history of China. The collapse of mountains and rivers, the change of dynasties, the rise of feudal vassals, the unification of the 9 regions, were all inseparable from the cauldron. It was the divine tool of the 9 regions, the sacred object of the country. Seeking the throne of the Central Plains, the golden age of the spring and autumn period, there were countless idioms that were related to the cauldron. The cauldron had a long history in ancient China and was the most mysterious tool of the state. It could even be said that the cauldron could represent ancient China. It was difficult to say just how long the history of China was. There were some things that were not recorded and passed down. Yi Fan thought of many things, so he chose the cauldron. In the pre-Qin period, there were many saint emperors and ancient emperors who had worshipped on Mount Tai, including Fuxi, Shennong, the Yellow Emperor, and other 72 ancient emperors. Now, in Yi Fan's view, there were too many mysteries. Deducing from his own experience, it was not difficult to find that ancient China was shrouded in endless fog. There seemed to be an extremely mysterious period in ancient China. That period of time was buried in the vast river of history. From various clues, some things could be detected. The ancient people seemed to have mastered extraordinary power. The cauldron, as the most mysterious object passed down from that period, was naturally valued by Yi Fan. It was the most important sacred object that ran through the history of ancient China, so he naturally chose it as the important tool. As for this choice, Yi Fan was full of confidence. This was the crystallization of ancient China, and as his first tool and foundation, it was the most suitable. There were many forms of the cauldron. The most famous ones were the 3-legged cauldron and the 4-legged square cauldron. Which one should he choose? Yi Fan thought carefully again. The 3-legged cauldron appeared even earlier. He gradually made a decision in his heart. In addition to the earlier reason, there were other reasons. From his current identity as a cultivator, he felt that the 3-legged cauldron contained some inexplicable principles. The three-legged cauldron was more stable than the four-legged cauldron. It was the most stable form, and the Tao and meaning of the round cauldron were broader and deeper. The three-legged cauldron was stable, firm, stable, and solid. The circle represented the heaven and earth, the universe, and the stars. According to legend, when Pangu split the heaven and earth, he broke a circle and shattered a spherical space. This was the initial evolution process of chaos, and the circle represented the origin. That's right, I'll choose the three-legged cauldron. After serious consideration, Yi Fan made this important decision. It was not easy to forge the primitive, divine glyph into a tool. This was a long and arduous process that could not be accomplished in one go. First, he had to determine the form of the tool and firmly imprint it in his mind. In the future, he would use it as a reference to forge the tool. There could not be a single flaw. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Yi Fan immersed himself in an ethereal state. He engraved a diagram in his mind and simulated the 19 divine glyph with his divine sense. Then, he began to forge them in his mind. After relentless effort, the 19 divine glyph finally melted and condensed into a small golden cauldron the size of a bean. It shone brilliantly and was very perfect. However, Yi Fan was not satisfied. He felt that something was missing. The form was perfect, but it lacked the Tao. Yes, it's still missing the handles. Yi Fan began to forge again. The small golden cauldron slowly formed a pair of handles. The moment this small golden cauldron was formed in his mind, Yi Fan immediately felt a natural Tao. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "A cauldron, 2 handles, 3 legs. Yes, the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. All things bear the yin and embrace the yang, and the qi is harmonious." The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more satisfied he was. The small golden cauldron became more and more mysterious in his eyes. In the end, it occupied his mind, becoming simple and natural. Yes, that's it. After Yi Fan finished forging, the three-legged cauldron was forever engraved in his mind. From now on, he would begin to forge such a real cauldron in the sea of bitterness. The most mysterious tool that ran through the entire history of China. Yi Fan's heart was filled with anticipation. Chapter 78. Yi Fan had already engraved the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his heart, but it was extremely difficult to refine the divine patterns in the sea of bitterness. Just condensing the 19 divine patterns together took a long time. In the end, he slowly melted the 19 divine patterns into a ball the size of a bean, but it was difficult to cast and could not take shape. No matter how he looked at it, it had nothing to do with the cauldron. Yi Fan tried many times, but he could not even carve some patterns on it, let alone forge it into the shape of a cauldron. Sacrificing a cauldron was indeed difficult. However, he was not anxious. After all, this was just the beginning, and there would be time to polish it in the future. This would be a long and difficult process, not only for him but for others. The sky darkened. Yi Fan hunted a badger and walked back. Returning to the small restaurant, he had just sat down when the old man laid out a table full of food and wine. The fragrance was alluring. Little Ting Ting had changed into a new set of clothes. Her rosy little face was filled with a sweet smile, revealing 2 cute little dimples. The little girl's definition of happiness was very low. As long as she could eat and not be bullied, she would be very satisfied. Moreover, she had new clothes to wear now. Today, the Li family is on high alert. They have gathered many strong men, as if they are guarding against something, Uncle Jiang said at the dining table. "What's going on?" Yi Fan asked. The Li family has an enemy who lives dozens of miles away. There are also people in the family who are cultivating outside. They are both strong local families, and the 2 families have never been on good terms. The Li family suspects that the other party set fire to more than 10 carts of goods. Today, they sent people to investigate, but in the end, a steward was detained. The rest were beaten half to death and rushed back. Yi Fan immediately chuckled and said, "I originally wanted to torment them, but now it's even easier. This time, I guarantee that they will not be able to take care of themselves and will no longer have the mind to suspect others." Let the two families in the same village suspect each other. After asking about the situation in detail, Yi Fan quietly snuck out of the small town at night and went straight to a villa dozens of miles away. He snuck in without a sound. Although there were people in the family who were cultivating outside, there was no such person in the family at the moment. To Yi Fan, it was as if he didn't exist. After more than an hour, he found a person tied up tightly in a woodshed. Is that Steward Zhang? The voice of the person in the woodshed was shrill, similar to what Uncle Jiang had described. He immediately replied, "It's me. For you, Steward Zhang, I'm here to save you." Yi Fan walked over and broke the rope on his body, saying, "Your family's young master went down the mountain from the misty paradise. This time, he is going to completely destroy the Wang family." "What?" Steward Zhang seemed to be very surprised and said, "Who are you?" Yi Fan's voice immediately turned cold as he said, "Calm down. Your family's young master has invited a few martial brothers, and I am one of them." "Greetings, great immortal old master." Even though Steward Zhang could tell that the other party was young, after learning that the other party was a cultivator, he immediately kowtowed like a bug. "No need to kowtow. Right now, I have something to tell you. Listen carefully. Great immortal old master, please speak. There are a few barrels of oil here. Go outside and set them on fire. When the fire is lit, shout loudly that your family's young master is going to destroy the entire Wang family. Ah, if that's the case, will I be caught and killed by them?" At this moment, how could Steward Zhang think of anything else? All he was thinking about was whether or not he could preserve his own life. "Don't worry, we are responsible for your safety. The few of us want to slowly torture them and let the Wang family die in fear. Okay, I'll go set the fire now. When the time comes, I'll charge together with great immortal old master." Yi Fan patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "You've done a great service." Being praised like this by an immortal in his eyes, Steward Zhang's blood immediately boiled. His hatred for bullying his neighbors was completely unleashed. He picked up a few barrels of oil and rushed out with large strides. Yi Fan picked up the broken rope on the ground, then turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Not long later, the mountain villa was ablaze. 4 to 5 places were set on fire at the same time. Just at this moment, Steward Zhang's shrill voice rang out. It was especially ear-piercing in the middle of the night. He said, "Wang family's son of AB***, I've set your nest on fire. Just you wait, my family's young master will destroy your entire family." The Wang family was instantly in chaos. There were the cries of women and the curses of men. Very quickly, there were people holding shining blades and rushing towards Steward Zhang. At this moment, Steward Zhang was extremely excited. With a celestial supporting him, he had no fear and lit 4 to 5 more fires. When the Wang family people saw this, their eyes turned red. They roared in anger and rushed over. They waved their blades and slashed. Under the illumination of the fire, the snow-white blades were especially eye-catching. Only at this moment did Steward Zhang feel fear. This was because the celestial did not appear by his side. At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. He let out a scream of fear and had just turned around to take a step when his neck was directly cut. Blood gushed out and he died with his eyes wide open. Seeing that Steward Zhang had been killed, Yi Fan quietly retreated from the darkness. However, he did not leave. He took advantage of the chaos to light more than 10 fires. The raging flames burned fiercely, dyeing half the sky red. Only at this time did Yi Fan fly away, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. The next day, when the news reached Fresh Breeze Town, the Li family was immediately shaken. Half of the Wang family's mountain villa was burned down? What? Zhang Shun did it. Bastard, Zhang Shun, I will kill your entire family. Everyone in the Li family panicked. Like ants on a hot pan, they gathered all the able-bodied men and prepared to deal with the Wang family's revenge. Half of the Wang family's mountain villa was turned to ashes. They were extremely furious and burned down all the Li family's shops in the county. As for the gold and silver, they took all of it and gathered the servants to attack Fresh Breeze Town. On this day, outside of Fresh Breeze Town, The two families had an intense bloody conflict. Both sides suffered many casualties. There was nothing to explain now, so they could only resolve it with blades and blood. Only until dusk did both sides retreat. It was obvious that the matter would not end like this. In the next few days, there would definitely be more bloody conflicts. That very night, the Wang family's people came again. They rushed into Fresh Breeze Town and went straight to the Li family to set fire. If they had not been prepared, the Li family might have been completely turned to ashes. Even so, many rooms were burned down, and there was no peace for the whole night. The residents of Fresh Breeze Town all clapped their hands in joy. The Li family usually acted like a tyrant in the village and had long since provoked the resentment of the people. It was just that no one dared to stand out. Now that something like this had happened, it was exactly what they dared to think but did not dare to do. Uncle Jiang saw all of this with his own eyes and couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, these two families are not good people. It's just a dog biting a dog." The old man nodded and said, "Child, try not to do this in the future." He was a little worried about Yi Fan. He felt that a 12-year-old boy could cause such a big storm with just a few casual tricks. He was afraid that in the future, Yi Fan's thoughts would deepen and he would go down the wrong path. Yi Fan immediately chuckled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I have never had the intention to harm anyone. I only do this to people like them." The Li family's people who are cultivating outside are probably coming back. The old man revealed a sad expression as he thought of his own son. I think so too. With such a thing happening to the Li family, they must have gone to the Mist Paradise to send a message. Even if such a thing didn't happen, the Li family's people should have come back. But Yi Fan was a little confused. The Li family usually spends a lot of money, mainly to collect spirit medicines and send them to the few people of their family who are cultivating outside. A while ago, they seemed to have collected some kind of origin. It is said that it was discovered by a herb gatherer in an ancient cave deep in the mountains. It seems to have great benefits for cultivators. Yi Fan's heart shook at that time. According to ancient records, during the era when the qi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, plants were flourishing, living beings were powerful, and there were endless spirit medicines. Many origins were produced, sparkling like amber, and there was a large amount of life essence sealed inside. There were even some rare, divine origins that had tyrannical creatures from the primordial era sealed inside. After such origins were extracted, they could provide a large amount of life essence. Discovering an origin in an ancient cave deep in the mountains, the Li family really gave me a big gift. Yi Fan revealed a bright smile. Chapter 79. Where did the herb gatherer who first discovered the origin in the ancient cave go? Yi Fan asked. There were records in the ancient books that under normal circumstances, origin could be excavated from several pieces of origin, or even more. If they found that ancient cave, perhaps there would be other discoveries. Uncle Jiang sighed. After he returned to the town, he sold that piece of origin to the Li family. In less than a day, he disappeared. Many people speculated that the Li family was not willing to pay the bill and had secretly done something evil. Yi Fan instantly understood that the Li family must have killed him. Origin was extremely important to cultivators. They would not allow this person to speak nonsense. It seems a little troublesome. Big brother, what trouble do you have? Ting Ting will help you. Little Ting Ting tilted her head, blinking her big bright eyes, and said innocently. Yi Fan smiled, scratching her delicate little nose. Ting Ting is so good. After eating breakfast, Yi Fan walked out of the small restaurant, circling around the Li family from afar. The inside was in ruins, and there were at least 30 houses that had been burnt down. At this time, there were waves of beast roars coming from outside the small town. Not long after, a cloud of dust rose, and a tall mount rushed into the small town. It was shaped like a horse, but was covered with green scales. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the gate of the Li family. Dragon scale horse. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew of this strange beast. Its body was covered with green scales, and its shape was like a horse. It had extraordinary strength, and when it ran, it was many times faster than ordinary horses. It could travel 4,000 or 5,000 miles in a day without a problem. It did not know fatigue and did not need to stop in the middle. It was very difficult for ordinary people to possess such a strange beast. Even bitter sea stage cultivators would find it difficult to subdue it. The strength of the dragon scale horse was extraordinary, and normally only life spring stage cultivators could subdue it and bestow it to their juniors who could not yet ride on the rainbow. The dragon scale horse's green scales flickered, and it shook its head and tail, neighing towards the sky. It was a divine steed. On the saddle sat a young man of about 25 or 26 years of age. His face was pale, his lips very thin, and his eyes somewhat cold. The Li family was immediately alarmed. The door was opened, and someone shouted and ran inside to deliver a message. "Young master is back." Yi Fan relaxed. He felt that the cultivator of the Li family was most likely a bitter sea stage cultivator, otherwise he would have directly flown back on a divine rainbow. "This source is mine." Now was not the time to act. Not long after, Yi Fan entered the deep mountains. This time, he looked into the golden book in the sea of bitterness and found that the words at the beginning were even more blurred, as if they were really going to disappear completely. Why is it like this? Yi Fan kept thinking about this question and said to himself, "Fortunately, I have completely comprehended the parts that disappeared." After that, he continued to comprehend the Tao scripture. Every time, he would have a different feeling. After a long time, he stopped and began to refine the cauldron above the sea of misery. The 19 divine markings were smelted together like a lump of divine iron shining brightly. No matter how many times Yi Fan refined it, it was difficult to turn it into a cauldron. During this period, Yi Fan once tried to forge a flying sword. Although he did not succeed, he roughly had the shape of a sword embryo. If he continued to slowly refine it, sooner or later he would succeed. Why is it so difficult to refine a cauldron? Yi Fan smelted the golden sword embryo and began to cast the cauldron again. But he tried again and failed again and again. He could only hammer it into a lump, unable to shape it, and even the rough embryo was difficult to form. If this goes on, when will I be able to cast a cauldron full of Tao charm? If I waste time in vain, it would really be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The process of refining the cauldron not only needed to mobilize life essence, but also a high degree of concentration of divine sense. In the end, Yi Fan was exhausted and had to stop. Above the sea of misery, the bean-sized lump of divine iron was shining brightly. It was difficult to take shape after hundreds of refinements. Such a piece of divine iron can already be regarded as a half-useless tool. I don't know if it can control a weapon like the Greenwood treasure seal. Yi Fan was very regretful. He did not have any treasures, and he did not know if he could control things now. Otherwise, he really wanted to give it a try. Suddenly, he saw the golden book that was squeezed by the green copper at the edge of the sea of misery. His heart suddenly moved and he said, "Let's try controlling it." The bean-sized divine iron lump quickly sank into the sea of misery and instantly melted into the golden book. With a thought from Yi Fan, a blazing golden light rushed out of his body, like a flash of lightning across the sky. The dazzling light rushed past, and several ancient trees and 2 boulders could not stop it. Yi Fan walked forward, and with a light push, a towering ancient tree immediately fell down. The cut was extremely smooth, and when the golden light streaked past, the giant tree didn't move at all, but it had already been cut in half. Yi Fan was really shocked, and several ancient trees were like this. As for the 2 boulders, with a push of his hand, they were instantly split in half, and had already been cut cleanly. The golden book flew more than a dozen meters away, like a golden sun in the sky. With a thought from Yi Fan, the golden light flashed, and instantly flew back, returning to his sea of misery. How sharp! Yi Fan was very surprised. He had only wanted to give it a try, and did not expect that he would really use the golden book, and its sharpness was unparalleled. This golden paper not only records the Tao scripture, but can it also be used as a weapon? With this idea, he began to try again. The golden light was like a rainbow, and it constantly cut through the void like lightning. Yi Fan found that he could only use the golden book more than a dozen meters away. Beyond this range, it was difficult for him to control it. The Tao scripture is one of the most mysterious ancient scriptures in the Eastern Barren Territory. This golden page must be extraordinary. I also have a weapon, and its power must be incomparably sharp when facing the enemy. Yi Fan gradually became more confident. If even a page is like this, then the green copper must be even more terrifying. It should be a real weapon, and I wonder how powerful it is. Thinking of this, Yi Fan could not calm down. He looked inside the sea of misery and wanted to control the green copper. However, in the center of the golden sea of misery, the green copper was silent, and it was fixed there like a boulder. I feel like I'm pushing a giant mountain. Yi Fan was sweating profusely, and he was exhausted. He could not move the green copper at all. The center of the sea of misery was shrouded in a simple and ancient aura, and there was a majestic pressure. No wonder the Tao scripture was forced to the edge. This piece of green copper is too mysterious and extraordinary. It's like facing a boundless ocean and an ancient sky full of stars. It's vast and boundless, and its pressure is like the sky. The green copper was definitely not complete. It was very much like a broken piece of some kind of artifact. If the fragment was like this, one could imagine how terrifying a complete artifact would be. It's difficult to estimate. It's impossible to estimate. Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock. The more he thought about it, the more frightened and surprised he felt. He muttered to himself, "What does a complete body look like?" At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the Tao pattern on the green copper, and those patterns had an indescribable Tao rhythm. I can't move the green copper, so I'll copy its Tao pattern first. There were no Tao patterns on the surface of the mysterious green copper, but there were dense Tao patterns on the fracture. They were complicated, profound, and unfathomable. It was impossible for people to understand, but there was a kind of natural Tao, and the feeling of the chaos of heaven and earth, which made people deeply moved at a glance. Yi Fan had not yet reached the level where he could study Tao patterns in detail. What he wanted to do was to repeatedly smelt the lump of godly iron that could not be cast into a cauldron on the fracture of the green copper and copy all the mysterious Tao patterns. These dense and mysterious Tao patterns must have a great origin. It's very likely that they are the legendary natural patterns that are unique. After resting for a moment, Yi Fan began to smelt the lump of godly iron. He melted it, attached it to the green copper, and constantly hammered it. It was like a mortal forging iron. He hammered it over and over again, and there were many densely packed patterns on it. He constantly refined and copied it until he developed a feeling that this lump of godly iron seemed to gradually have an indescribable charm. However, when he carefully sensed it, he found that it was still as ordinary as before. There were no changes, and the so-called Tao rhythm did not exist. Is it a misconception? Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the following period of time, he constantly melted the lump of godly iron and repeatedly refined it. He copied the Tao patterns on the green copper inside and out. It could be said that he had tempered it hundreds and thousands of times. It seems to be much more condensed than before. Whether it's a misconception or not, copying the Tao patterns on the green copper is definitely only good and not bad. Finally, Yi Fan began to cast the cauldron again. He wanted to see if the lump of godly iron had really changed after copying the Tao patterns. Above his sea of bitterness, the lump of godly iron constantly changed shape. The edges and corners gradually became rounder, and the luster was much more restrained. It had a more solid feeling. In the end, although he did not even manage to refine the rough embryo, Yi Fan still felt very excited. He sensed an abnormality. In the process of refining the lump of godly iron, he found a mysterious feeling. The Tao patterns on the green copper are indeed mysterious. In the future, I will have to repeatedly smelt and copy it every day. Successfully casting the cauldron is only a matter of time. Chapter 80. At noon, Yi Fan returned to the restaurant. He really liked the atmosphere when he ate with Uncle Jiang and Little Ting Ting. After the meal, Little Ting Ting obediently went to wash the dishes. Yi Fan felt rather ashamed when he saw this. He didn't seem to have helped her do anything. Let me do it. You're still young and don't need to do these things. Go take a nap. You're so tall. No need for Big Brother to do it. I know how to wash the dishes. They're very clean. The little girl pushed Yi Fan to the side. Uncle Zhang's face was full of smiles. He tidied up the dishes and looked at his granddaughter dotingly. A sudden voice interrupted the warm atmosphere. I haven't seen you for 2 years. This little girl has grown up and knows how to do some things. A young man in his mid-20s walked in with a faint smile. He glanced at Uncle Jiang and Yi Fan in disdain before staring at little Ting Ting. Uncle, who are you? Do you know me? Little Ting Ting had a sweet mouth. Even though she sensed some hostility, she still obediently called him uncle. Of course I know you. I've known you since your parents were still alive. The young man had a fair complexion and thin lips, giving off a sinister feeling. He didn't hide anything and directly mentioned that little Ting Ting's parents were already dead. The little girl's eyes immediately turned red. She could still vaguely remember what her parents looked like. In the past, they would often wake up crying in their dreams. Later on, she and Uncle Jiang depended on each other. As time passed, she finally stopped crying in her dreams. At this moment, she couldn't help but cry when someone mentioned her parents again. She turned around and slowly washed the blue and white porcelain bowls. Her shoulders constantly twitched. Seeing little Ting Ting's sadness, Uncle Zhang's expression changed. Seventh young master of the Li clan, do you need something? The young man pulled a chair and sat down. Nothing much. I'm just a nostalgic person, so I came to see how you two are doing. Uncle Zhang's expression was indiscernible as he replied, thanks to seventh young master's blessings, we are barely able to survive. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He had already recognized this person. It was the young man on the dragon-scaled horse this morning. Why do I feel a wave of resentment? Old Jiang, are you jealous of me? The young man looked down with a cold smile. This person had entered the hazy mist grotto heaven at the same time as little Ting Ting's father. Due to his limited aptitude, he was left far behind by Ting Ting's father. Moreover, he had done evil deeds and was taught a harsh lesson by Ting Ting's father. As a result, he was filled with jealousy and hatred. After Ting Ting's parents passed away, he was the one who ordered the Li family to seize Uncle Zhang's restaurant and inn, forcing the grandmother and granddaughter to the brink of death. How could I dare to hate the seventh young master? There's no such thing. The young man's lips were very thin, giving off a very unkind feeling. He said, there are some things that don't need to be bottled up in your heart. If you're jealous, why don't you spit it out? Otherwise, anger will harm your body. You're already over 70 years old, and you don't have many years left to live. Uncle Zhang's body trembled a few times, but he calmed down in the end and said, Seventh young master, I only want to ask you one thing. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. Ask away. The young man opened a folding fan with a pa sound and gently waved it, appearing calm and unruffled. I only want to know, did Ting Ting's parents really die in an accident? The old man seemed to have lost control of his emotions. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles had already turned blue, and his body was trembling slightly. Yi Fan hurried over and supported him. On the other side, little Ting Ting was silently sobbing. Her small body had her back to them, and her shoulders were constantly trembling. Her little hands were slowly rubbing a small porcelain bowl. Old man Jiang, it seems like you're holding back a towering resentment in your heart. But so what? You're already so old, don't tell me you still want to risk your life? If you die, your beautiful little granddaughter's life will really be difficult. Just how did Ting Ting's parents die? Uncle Zhang's breathing was rapid, and his chest constantly heaved up and down. His face was filled with sorrow. Go ahead and guess. The young man closed his folding fan with a pa sound, looked at Yi Fan and said, I heard that you led people to cripple Steward Lu. Yi Fan did not respond. He supported Uncle Jiang and stood to the side. The young man glanced at him and did not continue to say anything. He stood up and walked towards little Ting Ting. What are you going to do? Uncle Zhang's eyes revealed a look of fear. He stretched out his hands like an old hen, blocking his way and protecting little Tingting behind him. Old man Jiang, what are you so nervous about? Do you think I would attack a little girl? The young man carefully looked at little Tingting and kept nodding. He said to himself, similar, too similar. It's a pity for Xianxia fairy. Her death was not worth it. 2 years have passed. I can't believe your daughter has become so similar to you. Little Tingting bit her lips. Although she was sobbing, she did not cry out loud. It seemed that she did not want to cry in front of the 7th young master of the Li family. The young man held a folding fan in his right hand and lightly tapped his left hand. He said, all right, old man Jiang, you don't have to suffer anymore. I will take this little girl away in the future. You can enjoy your old age in this small town. What do you mean? Uncle Jiang immediately panted. He protected little Tingting behind him and stared at the 7th young master of the Li family. This little girl is clever and dexterous. I am going to take her to the Mist Grotto and let her do some things by my side. It's better than following you and not knowing what to eat next. No, not unless I die. 7th young master of the Li family, you can't bully people like this. Uncle Jiang was so angry that he had difficulty breathing. His eyes were red and his body swayed. Yi Fan hurriedly supported him. Grandpa, are you okay? Don't scare Tingting. Little Tingting hugged the old man's thigh. Her little face was filled with worry and fear as tears continuously fell. The young man mocked, Old man Jiang, do you have to be so angry? You have to understand that after leaving you, she will live a different life. In the future, she might even shine in the Mist Grotto. Uncle Jiang panted heavily. After a long time, he finally calmed down and begged, 7th young master, please let us go. What are you saying? The young man's expression darkened and became very cold. He said, you don't even want to enjoy your old age in peace. You really don't know what's good for you. I will always be with Grandpa. Little Tingting's eyes were red and swollen. She tightly hugged Uncle Jiang's thigh. This time, I still have something important to do. I must return to the Mist Grotto tomorrow. In a few days, I will personally take her away. After saying this, the Li clan's 7th young master turned around and looked at Yi Fan. He said, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Although it is a dog that was chased out, it cannot be bullied by outsiders. At this point, he lightly patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, impulsive people will not live long. Bang! Yi Fan immediately sat on the ground. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The chair behind him had been smashed into pieces. The young man glanced at him, sneered, and swaggered away. Child, what's wrong? Uncle Jiang was shocked and angry. He hurriedly went to support Yi Fan. Big brother. Little Tingting's face also revealed a frightened expression. She used her little hand to help Yi Fan wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing the Li clan's 7th young master leave, Yi Fan quickly stood up and said, I'm fine. Really? The old man was skeptical. Little Tingting also had a nervous expression. She asked, Big brother, are you really fine? Your mouth is bleeding. Something almost happened. Are you okay? Uncle Jiang revealed a worried expression again. You misunderstood me. I said I almost couldn't help but attack. I'm fine. However, this person is really ruthless. If it was a normal person, they would die in less than half a month. It was us two who implicated you. If it was you, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Uncle Jiang blamed himself. Uncle, don't say that. The blood just now was forced out by me. Yi Fan chuckled and said, speaking of which, I still have to thank this Li clan's 7th young master. Because he gave me a great opportunity, he came here personally to tell me when to leave. Uncle Jiang revealed a doubtful expression. There's no need for such a ruthless person to stay in this world. He actually wanted to take Tingting away. Not even in his next life. That night, Yi Fan kept an eye on the Li clan's movements. He left the small town late at night and stood guard on the mountain road 20 miles away. This was the only way to get to the outside world from the windy town. The moonlight was hazy, and a dark cloud floated by. The forest instantly became dark. The roars of unknown beasts didn't stop, and the forest seemed a bit eerie and scary at night. In the latter half of the night, the mountain road shook and the heavy sound of horse hooves could be heard. Under the dim starlight, a dragon scale horse with shining green scales rushed over like a ray of green light. Yi Fan waited quietly until the dragon scale horse came close. Suddenly, a blazing golden light shot out from his body. It was especially bright in the darkness, like a scorching sun in the sky. Blood splattered, and a miserable cry came from the dragon scale horse. However, that person didn't fall off the horse. Yi Fan was startled. He quickly turned the golden book around and slashed. Pooh! The dragon scale horse was split into two halves. The corpse fell heavily to the ground, and the person on it flew more than 20 meters away before falling to the ground. A silver light flashed, and a half-foot-long silver spear dashed towards Yi Fan like a bolt of silver lightning. Clang! With a flash of golden light, Yi Fan's golden book slashed on the silver spear. The half-foot-long spear was immediately cut in half and fell to the ground. Not far away, the person who fell off the dragon scale horse quickly jumped up and was about to rush into the forest. At this time, Yi Fan attacked again. The golden book turned into a bolt of lightning and cut through the dark sky. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him with an unstoppable force. The man's left leg was cut in half. That person finally let out a miserable scream and rolled on the ground. Only now did Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. He cautiously approached. This was his first time ambushing an enemy, and he couldn't help but be a bit nervous at first, which made him lose some of his accuracy. Li Clan's seventh young master, we meet again. The young man who was rolling on the ground with blood flowing everywhere was pale. When he saw that it was Yi Fan, he almost couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How come it's you? What's wrong?" Yi Fan's expression was calm as he looked at him from a distance. "I didn't expect it to be you, little brat. I was really wrong." The Li Clan's seventh young master's face was full of pain and anger. It was a frightening sight. "Thank you, seventh young master, for giving me such a great fortune." Yi Fan stood in the distance with a faint sneer on his face. The Li Clan's seventh young master's body was shaking. At this moment, he was filled with despair and anger. How did Tingting's parents die? At this point, Yi Fan's tone turned cold. With a flash of golden light, the golden book dashed out at lightning speed. Puff puff. With two soft sounds, the Li Clan's seventh young master's arms fell off. Yi Fan was still a bit worried, so he once again summoned the golden rainbow and gently drew on the sea of suffering. "Little brat, even if I become a ghost, I won't forgive you. Why do people always say such useless things?" Yi Fan walked in front of him and said, "You bastard, you've done so many evil deeds and have no conscience. Today is your retribution. I will slowly serve you." Yi Fan's palm slapped over and sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away. The Li Clan's seventh young master's eyes were spewing fire. Yi Fan walked over and stepped on the relatively smooth face. "The heavens are watching what people do. You think you can live a free and unfettered life after committing so many evil deeds?" Chapter 81. When Yi Fan sees the old, the young, the sick, the disabled, and the helpless, his heart will always feel sour. However, when he sees those who bully the weak and commit crimes, he will become emotionless and his heart will turn cold. It may seem contradictory, but it is the result of his true personality. Excessive compassion and coldness exist at the same time. He doesn't know which one he is more inclined to. For example, right now, he is absolutely emotionless and without the slightest bit of pity. Stepping on the seventh young master's face, he said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to suffer, then answer my questions. Or else, you will understand the consequences." "Little bastard," bang. Yi Fan kicked him away. The seventh young master's teeth all fell out, his white and tender cheeks were completely swollen, and his nose and mouth were bleeding. "Looking at your soft and tender skin, you are just like a eunuch. If you don't want to talk, then I will fulfill your wish and make you live up to your name." Yi Fan once again took out the golden book. Like a ray of rainbow light, it shined brightly in the darkness. What do you dare to do?" The seventh young master of the Li clan was terrified. "I want you to be a eunuch. No, I'll tell you everything. The seventh young master's face was deformed from fear. To a man, this is worse than death. Useless thing. Yi Fan sat on a rock not far from him and quietly listened to him talk about the past. Ting Ting's parents really were killed by the Li clan's cultivators. They paid a high price to exchange for a rare medicine that could cause powerful beasts to go berserk. Without anyone noticing, they used it on Ting Ting's parents. In the end, when they went out to collect spiritual medicine, they were torn to pieces by the terrifying lightning birds. Of course, there were also some dirty deals and shady tricks, which made people feel indignant. Yi Fan sighed. Whether it is the mortal world or the world of cultivators, there is no difference. Wherever there are people, there will be complicated hatred. Even cultivators are not immune. Yi Fan took out a wooden box from his bosom and kicked him away. With the help of the light of the moon and stars, he slowly opened this somewhat heavy sandalwood box. There was a light yellow stone inside. It was as thick as a thumb and as long as a knuckle. Although it was very small, it was very heavy. Yi Fan could feel a vigorous life force coming from it. According to the ancient records, during the era when the chi of heaven and earth merged to give birth to all things, plants flourished, living beings were powerful, and spirit medicines were endless. Many sources were produced, sparkling like amber, but within them a large amount of life essence was sealed. Is this the source? Yi Fan observed it repeatedly under the moonlight and found that this source was full of impurities. The crystal clear part only occupied 1/3 of it, which made him feel a little regretful. This was not a pure source. But even so, he was very satisfied. There was an extremely exuberant life essence within this amber-like stone, and there was something that looked like mist and light circulating within it. Good stuff. I wonder how much it can help me expand the sea of sufferings. That's mine. Not far away, the seventh young master of the Li clan groaned in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth and was filled with hatred and anger. Wasn't this source found in an ancient cave deep in the mountains? Could it be that there's only this one and nothing else? Under the torture of Yi Fan, the seventh young master of the Li clan spilled everything without concealing anything. In that ancient cave, there was a cultivator who had passed away in meditation. It had been too long, and even his skeleton had been weathered away, leaving only this piece of source. What a pity, I thought I could get a few pieces. Yi Fan felt that he was a bit greedy. I've told you everything, can you let me live? The seventh young master of the Li clan revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course, he knew that this was only an extravagant hope. The other party would not let him go. When you murdered Ting Ting's parents, did you have any pity? When you forced Uncle Jiang and little Ting Ting to live, did you ever think of leaving them a way out? Yi Fan kicked him away and said, I'll give you a chance to end your own life so that you don't have to suffer. I haven't killed anyone yet, I don't want to stain my hands with blood. You haven't killed anyone? The seventh young master of the Li clan was so angry that his body trembled. He said, You will be struck by lightning. Yi Fan kicked him to a rock and said, Kill yourself. If you force me to make a move, I'll first turn you into a eunuch, then I'll take your life. At this moment, the seventh young master of the Li clan was so aggrieved that he was about to go crazy. This way of dying was too stupid. The other party didn't even bother to make a move and wanted him to kill himself. Little bastard, you're really a bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so angry that he kept coughing up blood. Yi Fan sat on a bluestone not far away and said, What's with all the nonsense? Hurry up and get on your way. I don't have much patience. The seventh young master of the Li clan was so aggrieved that he couldn't even speak. In the end, he roared, You will die a horrible death. Bang. He slammed his head into a rock and died a violent death. You killed yourself, I didn't kill anyone. Yi Fan stood up and began to clean up the traces. It took him a full 2 hours to erase everything before he walked towards the small town. Although he looked calm, his palms were already sweating. This was the first time he had killed an enemy in his life. Even though the seventh young master was guilty of countless crimes and deserved to be executed, it still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After snatching the source, Yi Fan was not in a hurry to cultivate. He knew very well that the source contained a large amount of life essence. After breaking it, it would rush out of the waves of source energy. If he wasn't careful, he would be discovered by others, so he had to be careful. In the next 2 days, Windy Town was very peaceful. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the other 2 cultivators of the Li clan came back from the mist cave that the town was in chaos. The 7th young master of the Li clan is missing. How can a cultivator disappear just like that? This is the Li clan's retribution. What retribution? It must be the Wang clan's doing. Other than the enemies of the Li clan, who would dare to do such a thing? Who would have the strength to do so? Yeah, I heard from the servants of the Li clan that it was most likely caused by the source a while ago. Even the ordinary people of Windy Town were discussing this. One could imagine how big this storm was. Everyone in the Li clan was completely enraged, but at the same time, afraid. At first, Yi Fan didn't care. The 2 people that came back from the Li clan hadn't reached the Life Spring realm and couldn't control the rainbow, so they weren't very scary. But after a few days, the development of the matter was somewhat out of his expectations, and the storm gradually became bigger. People from the Mist Cave actually came. Several Life Spring realm cultivators personally came. They let the people of the Li clan lead the way and went straight to the ancient cave where the source was found. Then, the cultivators of the Wang clan also invited people from their own sect to go deep into the mountains to find the ancient cave. Both sides almost had a violent conflict. Could it be that this place found the source vein? On this day, more than 10 people on horses came to Windy Town. They were all extremely mystical beasts, each with thick scales and protruding horns. The mount in the middle was the most extraordinary. Its entire body was covered in golden scales, and a brilliant divine light surrounded it, as if there was a golden flame burning on it. It had the shape of a golden lion, but there were 2 horns on its head that were forked and surrounded by golden light. It was extremely majestic and mighty. Its 4 hooves didn't step on the ground but were actually 3 inches above the ground. It was completely treading on air. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying this strange beast was. On top of the golden lion sat a young man of 24 or 25 years of age. He wore a white robe and looked very scholarly. There was a gentle smile on his face, and he was very handsome. His eyes were like water, faintly circulating with divine light. He could be said to be as handsome as jade. On both sides of him, there were 2 other mounts walking side by side. On the left was a green strange beast that was shaped like a lion or tiger. The green beast fur was extremely long, extremely clean, sparkling and translucent like jade. Clear splendors swirled about, shining brilliantly. Meanwhile, on its head was a jade horn that was unexpectedly releasing 5-colored divine light. This 5-colored strange beast was also treading on air and didn't really step on the ground. On top of it sat a young man of 16 or 17 years of age. He wore green clothes and had a pressing heroic spirit. However, there was a faint sense of arrogance as he looked at everything in the town with disdain. On the other side was a strange beast that flickered with silver radiance. It looked like a divine deer, and its entire body was covered in silver scales. Moreover, there was a vertical eye in the center of its forehead. Its entire body flickered with a pure and holy radiance. It treaded on air and didn't seem to be tainted by even a speck of dust. On top of it sat a young girl of 16 or 17 years of age. Her skin was like cream, and her eyes were misty like autumn water. Her red lips were dotted, and she was extremely beautiful. However, she gave off a feeling that she was unreachable and carried a hint of arrogance. The dozen or so strange beasts behind the 3 were all extraordinary as well. They were all extremely rare strange beasts. Some were covered in dense scales, while others were completely jade-like. All of them flickered with radiance. The people on the mounts ranged from 20 to 40 years of age. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all carried an austere aura, and a powerful battle intent condensed around them. In the distance, Yi Fan saw all of this and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of background did these people have? They were definitely not ordinary people. Not to mention the 3 people in the lead, just the dozen or so horsemen behind them were not inferior to the troops of the clan of the ancients and the sacred grounds that he saw in front of the demon emperor's tomb. A powerful battle intent and murderous aura rushed toward him. May I ask if there's a family with the surname Jiang in this town? At this moment, a horseman was ordered to ask the people in the town. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Why were they looking for people with the surname Jiang? Chapter 82. Why would such a group of experts come to this small town to find someone with the surname Jiang? Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. He was afraid that Uncle Jiang and little Ting Ting would be involved. Fresh Breeze Town had never seen so many strange beasts before. The dozen or so mounts flickered with divine radiance, causing the people on the street to retreat in fear. A middle-aged knight in his 30s sat on a strange beast covered in green scales. He tried his best to put on a friendly expression and said, "Don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions. We just want to know if there is anyone with the surname Jiang in this town." Although he tried his best to appear calm, these people were obviously experienced knights who had experienced countless battles. They had been tempered by blades and blood, so they naturally emitted a murderous aura that would cause ordinary people to tremble in fear. An old farmer pointed at the western street. His lips trembled as he mumbled, "That street, the biggest house, is there. Thank you." These people rode their beasts and slowly moved toward the western street of the small town. Not far away, Yi Fan felt relieved. So there were other families with the surname Jiang in this town. He quickly rushed toward the eastern street and soon returned to the small restaurant. "Uncle Jiang, child, what happened?" The old man walked out from the kitchen. Little Ting Ting washed a plate of bright red wild fruits and obediently brought it over. Her big black eyes blinked and flickered with curiosity as she asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" "It's like this." Yi Fan told Uncle Jiang what he had seen and heard just now, and then asked, "Old man, have you met these people before?" Uncle Jiang shook his head and said, "I've lived for more than 70 years and have never left this small town. It's impossible for me to know such people. So many strange beasts, I want to see what they look like." Little Ting Ting's big eyes sparkled as she ran out of the restaurant and looked toward the end of the street curiously. Seeing that little Ting Ting was not nearby, Yi Fan whispered, "Could it be related to Ting Ting's parents?" "Probably not." A trace of sadness flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, "They have always been cultivating in the misty paradise and have never traveled far. All their friends are from the same sect. So many strange beasts, their feet are actually not touching the ground." Little Ting Ting stood at the entrance of the small restaurant, her rosy little face filled with excitement and surprise. She shouted, "Grandpa, come out and look, they are rushing towards us." Yi Fan and the old man hurriedly walked out, only to see a dozen mounts rushing over at high speed. There was no dust flying up, all the beasts were 3 inches above the ground, treading on air. "They're so fierce." Little Ting Ting was a bit afraid because apart from the 3 people in the middle, all of the knights naturally gave off a powerful killing intent, and an innate battle intent filled the air. Yi Fan hurriedly pulled little Ting Ting's hand and then supported Uncle Jiang. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people to withstand this kind of pressure, and they would tremble in fear if they had to face it for a long time. The dozen or so beasts stopped in front of the small restaurant, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Their scales flickered, emitting all kinds of light. They were very spirited, but even the divine light could not conceal the murderous aura on their bodies. It was obvious that they had all experienced bloody battles and were not pets raised in a greenhouse. "Excuse me, is this the Jiang family?" the handsome and scholarly young man in the center asked. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his eyes were as clear as water, occasionally flowing with a bit of divine light. He sat upright on the golden divine hoe, exuding an otherworldly temperament, very different from those knights filled with killing intent. Uncle Jiang's wrinkled face was filled with doubt. He said, "Yes, what business do you all have?" The old man was already over 70 years old. His face was engraved with the passage of time, and there were many wrinkles on it. Even his old eyes were a bit turbid. Seeing how old he was and how he looked like he had 1 foot in the grave, The 16 or 17-year-old young man sitting on the five-colored beast immediately frowned and said, "This is just an ordinary old man from the countryside who is about to die. He can't be the person we're looking for." The young man on the golden divine hoe glanced at him. The young man on the five-colored beast seemed to have some misgivings and stopped talking. "Uncle, have you always lived in the windy town?" "Yes, I've almost never traveled far," the old man answered truthfully. "Did your ancestors live here, or did they move to this town later?" The young man on the golden divine hoe continued asking. "My father's generation moved here, and I was born here. What do you all want?" Uncle Jiang was full of confusion. Hearing these words, the young man on the golden divine hoe immediately jumped down. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and even his boots were spotless. He looked extraordinarily handsome and could be considered a rare handsome man. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was as handsome as Jade. "Uncle, I would like to ask you some questions. I hope you can answer them." "I don't dare. If I know, I will definitely answer." Uncle Jiang was just an ordinary old man. He was in awe of these cultivators who came on strange beasts. Little Ting Ting was a bit nervous. She grabbed onto Yifan's hand tightly and leaned on him and the old man. She looked at the beasts and the riders with fear and curiosity. "Please forgive me. I want to ask, is your father still alive?" the white-robed man asked nervously. Uncle Jiang was confused at first, but he answered, "He passed away more than 50 years ago." "What?" The white-robed man was stunned. His jade-like face revealed a trace of shock, and he sighed. "I already said that this is just an ordinary old man." The young man on the five-colored beast revealed an impatient expression, as if he wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Shut up." The white-robed man turned around and glared at him. He then turned around and continued to ask, "Old man, please forgive me. Is your father called Xianxia?" "How did you know?" Uncle Jiang revealed a surprised expression. The young girl sitting on the divine deer revealed a surprised expression and said, "Looks like we really found him." She had a slender figure, and her skin was as white as jade. She was very beautiful, and there was a hint of arrogance between her brows, giving off a feeling that she was unreachable. The young man on the five-colored beast frowned and said, "How can such an ordinary old man from the countryside have the blood of our Jiang family? If he really is the descendant of great-grandfather Xianxia, how can he not know the cultivation method? He must have the same name. Old man, can you tell me in detail?" The white-robed young man's attitude was still very gentle. He went up to support Uncle Jiang and said, "Can we go in and talk in detail?" The riders all stood guard outside. The white-robed man supported Uncle Jiang and walked back to the small restaurant. The arrogant young man and the extremely beautiful young girl also followed in. Yifan saw that the other party had no ill intentions. He pulled little Ting Ting to the side and didn't say anything. "Are there any red moles on great-grandfather Jiang's left arm?" "There are 5. How do you even know this?" Uncle Jiang revealed a surprised expression. Great-grandfather Xianxia actually lived in seclusion in Yan country. I didn't expect him to pass away more than 50 years ago. The white-robed man sighed softly and said, "Old man, perhaps I should call you great-uncle." "No, no." Uncle Jiang saw that the other party actually bowed to him and hurriedly pulled the white-robed man up. The white-robed man turned around and said to the two behind him, "Why aren't you two greeting him?" "Greetings, great-uncle." The beautiful young girl bowed and glanced at Yifan and little Ting Ting at the same time. The young man was a little unwilling and mumbled, "Greetings, great-uncle." He hurriedly bowed and was very perfunctory. "This is..." Uncle Jiang was full of confusion. He didn't understand why they were like this. "Big brother, big sister, do you know my grandpa?" Little Ting Ting was also very confused. Her long eyelashes kept blinking, and her intelligent eyes were full of confusion. Seeing that she was so innocent and cute, the white-robed man dotingly rubbed her head and said, "We come from the same family." "What family?" Little Ting Ting blinked her big eyes curiously. "An ancient family that has existed since the antiquity era, the Jiang family. In the future, you will slowly understand how extraordinary our family is in the Eastern Barren Territory." Yi Fan was shocked. The antiquity families were definitely on the same level as the sacred grounds. Their status in the Eastern Barren Territory was unreachable. According to Yi Fan's knowledge, the surname Jiang and Ji were the most ancient surnames in China. According to historical records, the surname Jiang was the descendant of the Yan Emperor. They got their surname from the Yan Emperor's birthplace. Shenong Residence's Jiangshui. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect the surname Jiang to be so extraordinary even on the other side of the galaxy. Old Master Xianxia was extremely talented back then. His name had already spread far and wide at such a young age. Later on, his name shook the entire Eastern Barren Territory. With a stomp of his foot, he could move the clouds in all directions. I didn't expect. The white-robed man seemed to be very emotional. He could already tell that the old man's life wasn't very good. He didn't expect that the bloodline of a powerful expert would fall to such a state. The girl beside him was also confused. Didn't old Master Xianxia teach you the cultivation method back then? What cultivation? Uncle Jiang was confused by their words and said to himself, I don't know what you're talking about. Many things happened back then. It's hard to explain in a short time. Old man, are you willing to come with us? The white-robed man said to the old man and then looked at Yi Fan and little Ting. My surname is not Jiang. Ting Ting is Uncle Jiang's only granddaughter, Yi Fan explained hurriedly. The family leader's branch owes old Master Xianxia a lot, but the past will eventually come to light. I want to take you and Ting Ting back to the Jiang family. The old man was in a daze. Although he didn't understand everything, he understood the gist of it. He couldn't accept it. The girl beside him saw that little Ting was very cute and smiled. Ting Ting, do you have any wishes? Big sister can help you realize them immediately. I don't have any special wishes. I just want to be with Grandpa and Big Brother. Do you have any other wishes? Little Ting Ting tilted her head and thought seriously. Her voice was very tender. I want to be able to eat my fill every day and no one to bully me and Grandpa. Hearing this, the girl was startled. The white-robed man's expression changed. He asked in a deep voice, Are you usually bullied? Before Big Brother came, bad people came to bully us every day. Little Ting Ting's innocent words made everyone's expressions change. Old man, I forgot to ask. What about Ting Ting's parents? Uncle Jiang revealed a sad expression. I had a son in my later years, but in the end, I had to send him off. How could this happen? The girl's eyes widened. I don't know if they were killed by someone or if they really died by accident. At the side, little Ting Ting's eyes turned red when she heard this. Please elaborate. At this moment, the white-robed man's eyes flashed with divine splendor. The old man only said a few words, and the white-clothed man immediately stood up and said, Hazy Grotto, never heard of it. We will make a trip there in a while. If anyone dares to stop us, I don't mind making this sect disappear. The beautiful girl beside him also sneered. They even dare to bully the people of our Jiang family. Before going to the hazy paradise, let's go to the Li family first. When the knights guarding outside heard this, a shocking murderous aura and battle intent erupted. At this moment, the entire Fresh Breeze town was enveloped in a terrifying aura. Chapter 83. The man in white came from the clan of the remote antiquity, the Jiang family. His name was Jiang Yifei. As his name suggested, he was as handsome as jade. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He didn't say much about Xianxia's past, but he still learned a lot of useful information. Uncle Jiang's father, Xianxia, left the Jiang family years ago and never returned. There was an unknown past that seemed to be related to the family head's bloodline. Old Master Xianxia had great achievements. How could he have passed away 50 years ago? This was something that Jiang Yifei did not understand. He coughed up a lot of blood when he passed away. Uncle Jiang didn't feel too sad when he mentioned the past. Some things would fade away with the passage of time. I see. Jiang Yifei didn't say much and just nodded. He seemed to understand the hidden story. The beautiful girl next to him was called Jiang Kaixin. She had a graceful figure, a slender neck, and a beautiful face. As a young lady of the Jiang family, her temperament gave people a feeling that she was unattainable. However, She liked little Tingting very much and didn't put on any arrogant airs. She held little Tingting's hand and asked this and that from time to time. Her tone was very gentle. The arrogant young man was called Xianxia. Although he knew the identity of Uncle Jiang and little Tingting, he wasn't very enthusiastic and still looked cool. Jiang Kaixin stepped forward and said with a clear and pleasant voice, "Old man, please come back to the Jiang family with us. My grandpa said that the Jiang family is sorry for your bloodline. We must find you and invite you back no matter what." "Forget it. I don't understand what you said. Your lives are too far away from mine. We are people from two different worlds. I'm used to everything here." Uncle Jiang was an ordinary old man. He had lived for so long and experienced so many things. He felt that he couldn't integrate into such a family, so he declined politely. "Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Tingting. She is a little princess in the clouds and shouldn't be bullied. She needs another kind of life." Jiang Kaixin talked about little Tingting's future and persuaded the old man, "Please come back with us. The elders in the family hope that Xianxia's bloodline will return to the Jiang family. Take Tingting away. I'm used to the life here and don't want to go anywhere else." Little Tingting immediately hugged the old man's arm and said, "I will be with Grandpa. Wherever Grandpa is, Tingting will be there." At this moment, Jiang Yifei revealed a gentle smile. He seemed to like little Tingting very much. He rubbed little Tingting's head and said, "The sky here is too small." Jiang Yifei was a smart man. He knew that persuading Uncle Jiang this way wouldn't be of much use. Only by letting him see the transcendence of the Jiang family might he be able to change the old man's mind. He stood up and said, "Let's go to the Li clan first." His words were very calm, but they seemed to contain a strange magic. The mutant beasts outside all roared, and a bloody aura spread out. All of the knights exploded out with powerful battle intent. Jiang Yifei's expression was calm and composed. The golden divine Ho followed closely behind him. He slowed down his pace and walked side by side with Uncle Jiang. Everyone else followed behind when they saw this. No one rode on their beasts but walked toward the Li family. Little Tingting anxiously pulled the old man and Yi Fan's hands. Being protected by everyone like stars around the moon made her feel uneasy. At this moment, Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixin were walking side by side with him. However, they were only standing on the left and not in the middle. Everyone on the street was very surprised to see Uncle Jiang and little Tingting being protected like this. Many people were trembling with fear and retreated to the sides of the street in fear of those beasts. What's going on? Does old man Jiang know these people? Look at those mutant beasts. Their feet don't touch the ground. I'm afraid they can even fly. How can old man Jiang know these people? The bitter old man Jiang finally changed for the better. Good people will always be rewarded. This time, the Li family is in big trouble. They seem to be walking toward the Li family. Great. After so many years of anticipation, someone is finally going to deal with the Li family. More and more people gathered on both sides of the street. Although everyone was very afraid and didn't dare to move forward, they still revealed excited expressions. They followed from afar and moved toward the Li family. When Uncle Jiang arrived at the gate of the Li family, he was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Jiang Yifei helped him up the stairs and said, "Not to mention a small Li family, even the palace of the most powerful country in the Eastern Barren Territory can't stop us." Bang! In front of them, a pair of vermilion doors suddenly collapsed as if a huge hammer had smashed on them. Inside, there was a commotion, and curses could be heard from the gatehouse. "Who did this? How dare you come to the Li family and behave atrociously? You're really looking for death." Soon, more than 10 people rushed out, all of them fierce. However, when they saw more than 10 beasts, they were instantly stunned. They swallowed all the curses and were tongue-tied. The ferocious look on their faces disappeared, and they became fearful and uneasy as they quickly ran back. "Look at your cowardly faces. What are you afraid of? There are cultivators in our Li family." After a steward received the report, he walked out cursing and said, "Damn it, who ate the guts of a leopard and dared to cause trouble in the Li family? Don't they know that many celestial masters are temporarily staying here? Bad guy." As soon as that steward walked out, little Ting Ting immediately took a few steps back. It was obvious that she was a little afraid of this person. After that steward walked out, he was also afraid. Golden divine Ho, 5 colored mutant beasts, divine deer with vertical eyes. He had never seen or heard of such things. He was immediately stunned. This is a bad guy? Yes, he brought people to rob our restaurant and beat Grandpa until he vomited blood. This kind of thing was said by little Ting Ting with such childish words. It made people feel even more angry. Jiang Yifei waved his hand, and immediately, a knight came forward and forced his way towards that steward. What do you want to do? This is the Li family, and there are several celestial masters inside. You are not allowed to behave atrociously. He shouted loudly and kept on retreating. Don't make a move here, so as not to scare the child. Jiang Yifei was meticulous and was afraid that a bloody scene would scare little Ting Ting. The armored knight grabbed the steward by the collar and tossed him out. There was a flash of green light, and the other knight rode a wild beast into the air, carrying the steward out of the town in the blink of an eye. Heavens, it can fly. It can really fly in the sky. That beast can actually run in the sky. It's too unbelievable. In the distance, the surrounding commoners all revealed expressions of shock. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of astonishment. Little Ting Ting's mouth also formed an O shape. She tiptoed and looked into the distant sky. Jiang Kaixin revealed a smile, squatted down, and said, "Do you want to have such a precious beast that can fly in the sky every day?" Little Ting Ting was about to nod subconsciously, but she quickly thought of something and hugged the old man's arm tightly. She shook her head and said, "I want to be with Grandpa." Jiang Kaixin didn't expect little Ting Ting to see through her intentions, so she didn't continue to tempt and persuade her. Not long after, a green shadow appeared in the sky. The knight that left rushed back on his strange beast and landed. A lock of hair was wrapped around his hand, and there were specks of blood on it. At the side, Yi Fan was very surprised. The Jiang family's knights seemed to be very powerful, and their strength was hard to estimate. He could feel a surging battle strength from them. The crowd continued to walk inside, and the surrounding commoners followed behind. They wanted to see the Li family's villains being taken care of with their own eyes. Who broke into my Li family and caused trouble? At this moment, a few middle-aged men and a few old men dressed in silks and satins walked out. Their faces were filled with anger. "Old man Jiang, it's you?" It was obvious that they didn't understand the situation. When they saw Uncle Jiang in the courtyard, they immediately shouted, "Who allowed you to come in? Get out." "Second master, lower your voice. What are those behind you?" A servant reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the servant notice the strange beasts outside the gate. He immediately panicked and retreated in fear. He said, "Hurry up and ask those immortal masters to come out." Jiang Caishuan's pretty face revealed a cold expression. She said, "A small family with only a few people who know a little bit about cultivation dares to bully the weak and prey on the villagers. They really don't know the meaning of death." She gently waved her hand, and everyone flew out like fallen leaves. They hit the wall and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. These were all important figures of the Li family, and they screamed in pain. With a flash of light, 2 figures rushed out and came to the front yard. They were the 2 people from the Li family who knew how to cultivate. When they saw the situation in front of them, their expressions changed. "Friend, who are you? What have we done to offend you? Why did you break into our Li family and hurt our people?" The 2 people were around 27 or 28 years old. They were shocked and angry, but they didn't dare to act out. "You don't deserve to know." Jiang Kaixin sneered. Jiang Yifei calmly asked, "Did you kill Tingting's parents?" "What are you talking about? Don't slander us." The 2 people's expressions changed drastically. They felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Uncle Jiang in the center of the crowd. "Who are you saying is slandering us?" A knight walked out with a gaze as sharp as a knife. He appeared in front of them like a ray of light and slapped the 2 people away. 2 bloody palm prints appeared on the faces of the 2 people from the Li family, and they instantly swelled up. They were shocked and angry at the same time. They covered their faces and retreated, saying, Friend, you can't go too far. We are disciples of the Mist Cave. Several immortal masters are overseeing our mansion. Immortal masters? How arrogant! We are going to the Mist Cave. Let the immortal masters you speak of lead the way. Chapter 84. How arrogant of you! The two cultivators from the leaf family had ugly expressions on their faces. You want to start a war between sects? A war between sects? Are you qualified? I'm afraid you're not qualified at all. The armored knight's voice was cold. Good. You have guts, but I don't know if you can walk out of the Yen lands. The two cultivators from the leaf family had gloomy expressions, a cold glint in their eyes. They thought quickly, ready to provoke the anger of the elders of the Misty Paradise. Do you think you can keep us in the Yen lands with just you? That knight sneered and said, with trash like you, even if there were 80,000 of you, it wouldn't be enough. The cultivators from the leaf family felt humiliated, but at the same time, they were shocked. They felt that the other party seemed to have a great background, or else how could he dare to speak so arrogantly? But they had no way out. They had to tie the leaf family and the Misty Paradise together in order to have a chance of destroying the other party. They gritted their teeth. Since you don't care about the Misty Paradise, I will report the truth. The elders of the sect will naturally let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't deserve it. The knight only took a step forward. He didn't even make a move, but the two from the leaf family flew out like scarecrows, slamming heavily into the wall. Their bones cracked, and blood flowed from their mouths, noses, and ears. Most of the bones in their bodies were broken, and they stuck to the wall like mud, their eyes full of fear. Under Jiang Yifei's signal, the knight didn't kill them. He still had questions for the two. Did you kill Tingting's parents? Jiang Yifei's tone was still very calm, but when it reached the ears of the two from the Li family, it was like thunder. The calm man in white before them made them feel like they had to look up to a mountain. We said, who is so arrogant that he doesn't even care about the Misty Paradise? At this moment, a middle-aged man strode into the front yard. When he saw the dozens of strange beasts, his expression changed. What do you want? Why did you destroy the disciples of the Misty Paradise? Just to get rid of evil. A knight stepped forward and blocked his way. What do you mean? Could it be that my Misty Paradise is the so-called evil? The middle-aged man shouted. The knight replied indifferently, I don't know if the Misty Paradise is evil or not, but these two are villains who have taken lives. This is only your side of the story. How can you act so arbitrarily before the matter is investigated clearly? Furthermore, this is a disciple of my Mist Cave. If he's in the wrong, it's naturally up to us to deal with him. It's not up to you outsiders. Jiang Yifei's expression was calm, but his tone was somewhat cold. They have been doing evil for many years, and I have never seen your Mist Cave punish them. Now, they want to absolve themselves of their crimes and try to protect them. It seems that I really need to pay a visit to the Mist Cave and demand an explanation. What an arrogant tone. What do you take my Misty Sky Grotto for? You have to pay the price for your words. The middle-aged man stared coldly at the person in front of him. Jiang Yifei sneered and said, Is the Mist Grotto very powerful? It's a pity that I've never heard of it before. I must go and have a good look at it later. How dare you be so arrogant? The middle-aged man said coldly, The Mist Cave is one of the 6 sects of the Yen land. If you insist on causing trouble, a war between sects is inevitable. Jiang Yifei shook his head and said, The eastern wilderness is vast and boundless. It's hard to count how many countries there are. The Yen kingdom is just a small place. I've never heard of any sects here. So arrogant. I want to see how strong you are. The middle-aged man rode a rainbow and rushed into the air. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple gold shield and a blood-red spear. The roar of a savage beast rang out, and a knight riding on a strange beast soared into the sky like a streak of green light. Ah! The middle-aged cultivator from the Misty Paradise let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot. The purple gold shield was instantly cut in half, and the blood-red spear was also broken in half. His chest and abdomen were almost completely cut open, and he fell on the spot, blood gurgling out. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been dead by now. The physique of a cultivator was exceptionally strong. He quickly stopped the bleeding and stabilized his injury. His face was extremely pale as he retreated to the side. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. He felt that these knights were all extraordinary. They were much stronger than the people from the Ji clan and the Yaoguang sacred land he met in the demon god tomb. At this moment, the immortal masters who heard the commotion could not help but walk out from the backyard. "Who are you?" One of the elders frowned. He had heard the words of the people in the front yard just now. These people did not take the mist cave seriously at all, which made him very angry and uncomfortable. "Please lead the way and lead us to the mist cave." Jiang Caishuan's beautiful face had a trace of a sneer. She said, "Please." The people from the mist cave changed their expressions. One of them said, "So young, yet so arrogant. Didn't your masters teach you to respect your masters?" Jiang Caishuan said coldly, "The disciples you taught harmed people's lives, bullied widows and orphans, and forced people in their 70s into a corner. What right do you have to talk about the masters? You don't have that qualification. What proof do you have?" They have already admitted it. The elder in the middle frowned and said, "Let's not talk about whether they were tortured by you. Even if they really did something evil, it is not your turn to deal with them. My mist cave has its own rules to deal with them." "Deal with them yourself?" For more than 2 years, the dead have not died in peace. The murderers are still at large and continue to persecute widows and orphans. Is this your sect's rule? Jiang Caishuan sympathized with little Ting Ting. At this point, her pretty face was covered with frost. She said, "Until now, you are still thinking of ways to absolve and protect them. You are really worthy of being their masters." Birds of a feather flock together. The elder in the lead immediately raised his eyebrows, but he did not dare to make a move on the spot because the opponent's formation was too terrifying. Just the golden divine Ho alone made him extremely fearful. At this moment, Jiang Yifei said, "Take them all down." Several knights heard him and stepped forward at the same time. The elder shouted, "Let's go!" He was the first to soar into the sky, riding a rainbow to escape. He could already see that these people had great backgrounds and were not people they could deal with. The others also rushed in all directions, shooting up into the sky one after another. The wild beasts roared and the sky shook. Several strange beasts carrying the knights rushed in different directions and instantly caught up. Screams came one after another. Then, the knights quickly turned around and captured everyone like dragging dead dogs. Everyone, including the elder, had terrible wounds on their bodies. On the side, Yi Fan was very shocked. The clan of the ancients was indeed a colossus. These knights were too terrifying. Jiang Yifei pointed out 2 knights and asked them to stay behind to deal with the Li family. At the same time, he warned them not to kill the innocent and only to kill a few evil leaders. "Let's go to the mist cave." Jiang Yifei personally helped Uncle Jiang onto the golden divine Ho and rode with him. Jiang Caishuan carried little Tingting onto the divine Ho and sat in front of her. Meanwhile, Yi Fan rode with another knight and soared into the sky. There's no need to go to the mist cave. Those 2 bastards are already dead, and the great hatred has been avenged. When Uncle Jiang learned that his son was killed, he couldn't help but shed tears. On the other side, little Tingting also began to cry. "Go, we must go. Our Jiang family members are not people who can be killed just because they want to." Jiang Yifei's expression was calm, but his words were very powerful. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He still had a long way to go. Compared to a colossus like the clan of the ancients, he was really too insignificant. The people in the small town were dumbfounded. After a long time, they burst into cheers. The malignant tumor of the town had finally been removed. In the face of life and death, the few captives of the mist cave had no choice but to yield and lead the way. More than a dozen strange beasts rode on the clouds and ran in the sky, making rumbling sounds as if thousands of horses were galloping and as if a tsunami was surging across the sky. At this moment, Yi Fan felt that someone was peeping at him. When he turned around, he found that it was the arrogant young man, Jiang Yichen. Seeing him looking at him, Jiang Yichen looked away and sneered. Yi Fan's heart suddenly moved. Why did he act like this? Could it be that he found out something? Soon, the crowd arrived at the mist cave. In front of them, there were green peaks and green valleys. The mist was misty, and the glow was faintly discernible. It was indeed in line with its name. Who dares to break into the important place of our sect? A loud shout came from the front. Bang, bang, bang. The captured captives were all thrown out. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the front. A great enemy is coming. The mist cave was in chaos. In an instant, the mist soared into the sky. The Taoist patterns carved on the mountains and rivers exerted their power. Rays of blazing divine light rushed out and blocked the way of the crowd. It's just Esu. Let me break it. At this time, the arrogant young man, Xianxia, suddenly made a move. A purple gold gourd flew out of his body. It shone with purple light and quickly enlarged in the sky. Like a whale sucking in water, it sucked all the mist into the gourd's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Taoist patterns was suppressed. Then, the purple gold gourd pressed forward like a small mountain, flowing with a misty purple mist. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. Many figures flew upside down and were sucked into the purple gold gourd. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect the purple gold gourd to be so powerful. It easily broke the mountain-protecting Taoist patterns of the mist cave and sucked in many cultivators. It was really a bit scary. The heritage of the clan of the ancients is too strong. This is only a young man of 16 or 17 years old, but he has bestowed such a terrible treasure. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. There's no need to do this. Uncle Jiang kept trying to dissuade him. Jiang Yifei shook his head and said, Tingting's parents did not do evil, but they were persecuted. They want an explanation. Our Jiang family has never been afraid of trouble. Bang. At this time, a powerful wave shook in all directions in the mist cave. It shook away the purple gold gourd and an old voice came. It turns out to be the people of the clan of the ancients. I wonder how the mist cave has offended you? Chapter 85. Inside the mist cave, a gray fog rushed up and shook the purple gold gourd away, imprisoning it there so that it could not continue to swallow cultivators. A gray shadow rushed over quickly. It was an old man whose age was hard to tell. His hair and beard were all white, but his face was very ruddy. He said, Everyone, please calm down. He directly pushed the purple gold gourd over. Jiang Yichen snorted coldly and put away his treasure. Who are you? Jiang Yifei asked. I am the master of the mist cave. No wonder you have such strength to be able to suppress the purple gold gourd. Jiang Yifei nodded and said, But I'm afraid it will still be difficult for you to stop us. Yes, I understand. The leader of the Mist Wonderland admitted it calmly. He then continued, I don't know what the Mist Wonderland has done to make you all gather so many people. If it is a great crime, I am willing to disband the Mist Wonderland and let you deal with it. The old man in gray was very frank. In fact, he was forced to do so. If he really went against the clan of the remote antiquity, the mist cave would quickly be destroyed. The two were not on the same level at all. Once they became enemies, there was no suspense. Seeing that you are so open and aboveboard, I don't want to make a scene. Jiang Yifei was only 24 or 25 years old. The old man did not feel that it was rude to speak to the master of the mist cave in such a tone. Everything was because of the strength. Young master is wise. Please tell me why you are here to denounce me. 2 years ago, did a disciple with the surname Jiang die in the mist cave? The master of the mist cave nodded and said, If it was someone else, I might not remember, but this extraordinary young man left a deep impression on me. He was a disciple of the Jiang family, but he was killed by the people of the mist cave. Jiang Yifei said calmly, What, he was killed by someone? The master of the mist cave was shocked and said, Who is so bold? Now you understand why I am here. The master of the mist cave suddenly had a headache. How could a disciple of the Jiang family enter the mist cave and be killed by someone? This was indeed a very troublesome matter for him. You don't have to worry too much. I'm not here to cause trouble for no reason. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. I will definitely punish the culprit severely. I will not tolerate it. The main culprit has been brought to justice, but I feel that their teacher is suspected of conniving. In addition, the person who provided them with the drug must be found. Young Master Jiang, please move into the hazy heavenly grotto. This old man will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Jiang Yifei nodded and said, the most important thing is to satisfy this old lady and this child. At this moment, Uncle Jiang and little Tingting's eyes were already blurred with tears. I understand. Jiang Yifei ordered Jiang Yichen to take out the purple gold gourd and release all the people who were trapped in it. Then he brought Uncle Jiang, little Tingting, and the old sect master into the misty paradise. The others didn't follow. They landed on the ground and waited outside. At this moment, Yi Fan felt that he was being watched again. He found that it was still the arrogant young man, Jiang Yichen. What was going on? He didn't think he had offended this young man from the remote antiquity family, so he didn't understand why he was being watched. Jiang Kaixin walked over gracefully and said with a smile, little brother Yi, after this matter, Tingting will go back to the Jiang family with us. If you want, you can also go with us. At first, Yi Fan did have such an idea. The Jiang family was an ancient family that had been passed down from the antiquity age. Maybe he could find the secret of the divine body. However, after careful consideration, he hesitated. What if his secret was found out? The green copper piece in his body caused great chaos in the eastern wilderness. If the powerful masters of the Jiang family found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In addition, the Taoist scripture was enough to cause a lot of trouble. Once it was leaked, he would be in a worrying situation. What's wrong? You still don't want to? Jiang Kaixin was somewhat surprised. Many cultivators tried their best to enter the Jiang family but failed. She invited a young man like this, but he was still pondering and hesitating. Yi Fan declined and said, thank you for your kindness, Miss Jiang. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. But I'm used to being lazy. I'm afraid I'll make mistakes after entering the Jiang family. I'd better travel outside. If one day I'm poor and want to go to the Jiang family, please take me in. At this time, Jiang Yichen sneered and said, what do you think the Jiang family is? The Jiang family is not a place where anyone can come and go freely. If you want to join, don't talk nonsense now. Jiang Yichen, shut up. Jiang Kaixin scolded Jiang Yichen, then turned around and said with a smile, little brother Yi, don't mind him. He's always like this, spoiled. Don't worry, the Jiang family will always open the door for you. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to the Jiang family to find me. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Yi Fan thanked her and felt strange at the same time. He didn't provoke this young master of the Jiang family, so why did he do this? Yi Fan became more and more determined that he couldn't enter the Jiang family now. The holy body, the Taoist scripture, and the mysterious green copper were all taboos. He didn't want to take risks. Boy, you should know that there are many people who want to join our Jiang family. If you give up this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Jiang Yichen looked at him and sneered. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and at the same time, he was even more surprised. This young master of the Jiang family seemed to want him to join the Jiang family immediately. What was going on? Jiang Kaixin reprimanded Jiang Yichen a few more times, and he didn't say anything more. He just stood not far away and looked at Yi Fan from time to time. Is this bastard a dead rabbit? Damn it. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. After a while, Jiang Yichen finally stopped looking at him and began to wander around the mist cave, which made Yi Fan feel a little relieved. Soon he thought of his classmates. There should be 2 people in the mist cave, but he didn't know who they were. After waiting for a full hour, Jiang Yifei walked out with Uncle Jiang and little Tingting. The head of the mist cave and a group of important people saw them out in person. The eyes of the old man and the little girl were red and swollen. It was obvious that they had cried. Old head, please go back. There is no need to see us off. Our Jiang family is not unreasonable. This matter has been settled. You don't have to worry anymore. The old leader of the mist cave abode heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, anyone would tremble in fear when facing a behemoth like the Jiang family. In the eastern barren territory, not many big forces dared to compete with them. The people of the mist cave watched them go away until they disappeared, and then they returned to the sect. Jiang Yifei and his group returned directly to the Qingfeng town just to satisfy the old man's wish to see the town again. Uncle Jiang decided to join the Jiang family for little Tingting's future. He didn't want his granddaughter to be wronged again. "Big brother, come with us." Little Tingting looked up and begged. Yi Fan scratched her little nose and said, "Big brother can't help much anymore. The Jiang family is full of powerful people. I'm not even a soldier there. Tingting will have a good life there. Big brother, I really don't want to be separated from you. Come with us, or Tingting will miss you every day." Little Tingting was about to cry. "I still have other things to do. I really can't go now. I promise you, I will visit you in the future." Yi Fan comforted her softly. "No, if Big brother doesn't go, I won't go either." Little Tingting actually made such a decision. "You are still young and don't understand some things. You will understand when you grow up. Go to the Jiang family happily. Don't play around there. Learn cultivation from them. Maybe I will need Tingting's help in the future." Uncle Jiang also couldn't understand. He really hoped that Yi Fan would go with them, but in the end he couldn't force him. When they parted outside Qingfeng town, little Tingting burst into tears. She hugged Yi Fan's leg and refused to let go. Her tears rolled down in pairs. Yi Fan wiped her tears and said, "Don't cry. Tingting, remember what I said just now. We will meet again in the future." In the end, little Tingting was reluctant and cried, "I will definitely learn cultivation and find Big brother in the future. If anyone bullies Big brother, Tingting will beat them away." Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, "Go quickly. They are all waiting for you." At this moment, Yi Fan noticed that when Jiang Yichen, the young master of the Jiang family, looked at him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. This made his heart skip a beat. "Jiang Yichen, the way I look at you doesn't seem right." Jiang Kaixin suddenly said. "Sister Xian, why do you say that?" Jiang Yichen was shocked. "Don't do immoral things. Don't be evil. It seems that Grandpa has really spoiled you." Jiang Kaixin said coldly, "I have noticed you for a long time. You seem to want to fight little brother Yi. Did he offend you?" Jiang Yifei looked back at them and said, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Jiang Yichen was a little guilty. Although Jiang Yifei looked elegant, he seemed to be very prestigious. Jiang Yichen, who was from the same clan, was very afraid of him. "Speak." Jiang Yichen had to tell the truth. He said, "That boy has a precious treasure, and it is not an ordinary one. You all know that my mount's most peculiar aspect isn't its fighting prowess, but rather that it has a psychic jade horn that can sense divine objects. Today, it continuously flickered with 5-colored radiance, exceptionally bright and resplendent. His mount was a cyan beast that looked like a lion or tiger. The cyan beast's fur was very long and very clean. There was a jade horn on its head, which was crystal clear and emitted 5-colored light. It could sense the existence of rare treasures. I may be in trouble." Yi Fan saw the 3 people in the distance looking over. "What's wrong with the child?" Uncle Jiang asked. Little Tingting also wiped away her tears and said, "Big brother is in trouble. I will ask Sister Kaixin to help you." Yi Fan smiled bitterly. At this moment, Jiang Yichen was walking over with a sneer. Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixin also followed. "I am really curious. What kind of precious treasure do you have?" Yi Fan was suddenly shocked. He never thought that Jiang Yichen would say such a thing. Did he really find out something? Jiang Yifei said with a smile, "Little brother Yi, don't worry. We mean no harm. The Jiang family has many precious treasures. We will not covet your treasures." Jiang Kaixin reminded him, "Little brother Yi, you must be careful in the future." After listening to her explanation, Yi Fan understood the magic of the 5-colored beast. It could actually sense spirit treasures. This made him break out in a cold sweat. If the green copper piece and the scripture were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Fortunately, I did not agree to join the Jiang family," he said to himself. "Well, let's part ways here. Don't worry, I have already warned Jiang Yichen. He will not have any evil ideas again." Jiang Kaixin smiled. In the end, the group of people rode the beast and rose into the sky. Little Tingting was crying very sadly. She kept waving her little hands until she disappeared into the sky. Yi Fan had a strong sense of crisis. He did not return to the town. Instead, he ran directly into the deep mountains. He felt that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Qingfeng Town was surrounded by mountains, towering ancient trees, and primitive forests. There were many strange beasts in the deep mountains, so ordinary people didn't dare to go deep. After living in Qingfeng Town for a period of time, Yi Fan found out that this endless mountain range was the outer region of the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. The Yen Kingdom was 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. The forbidden area of the ancient desolation was located in the center of the country, surrounded by endless mountains. This primitive area had a circumference of more than 800 miles. The Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven, the Mist Grotto Heaven, and the Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven all surrounded this primitive area. At this moment, Yi Fan plunged into the deep mountains and kept running in the dense forest. He couldn't wait to rush into the forbidden area of the ancient desolation. He felt that his life was in danger, so he wanted to get away from the town behind him. I hope my premonition is wrong. After running for more than 2 hours and crossing countless mountains, he finally stopped to catch his breath in a mountainous area. Suddenly, he heard the roar of a wild beast. It was so loud that it was deafening. It was like a thunderclap piercing through the sky and surging over. It's from the direction of Qingfeng Town. Yi Fan was like a spiritual ape. He quickly climbed up a cliff, lifted the vines, and entered a secret stone cave. He held his breath and suppressed his life force to the lowest. His body was cold and lifeless. Soon, he saw a strange beast covered in green scales in the sky through the vines. It carried a Jiang family knight and rushed over. They really came after me. Yi Fan's pupils shrank, and his heart was cold. He had seen how terrifying the Jiang family's knight was. If he was discovered, he would definitely die. After a while, the powerful knight rode the strange beast and rushed back. It kept circling around the mountain range and this area. He has locked this area. Did he discover me? Yi Fan's body was cold, and he felt that death was very close. At the same time, he was extremely angry. The other party must have come for the treasures on him. If he was discovered, he would definitely die. However, he didn't dare to be too excited. He didn't dare to move, and his life force fell to the freezing point. He hid in the stone cave like a piece of dead wood. After a full 4 hours, the green beast in the sky gradually disappeared into the horizon. However, Yi Fan did not dare to move. Only when the sky turned completely dark did he nimbly climb out of the cave and quickly rush towards another mountain range. Jiang family. Yi Fan gritted his teeth. That night, Yi Fan did not light a fire. He only picked some wild fruits to appease his hunger, and then hid in the flourishing brambles. In the night, the roars of unknown beasts rose and fell one after another. It was exceptionally restless. The moon and stars were dim, and yin qi pervaded the air. The trees in the wilderness swayed, as if evil spirits were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Suddenly, the roars of the wild beasts in the area disappeared, and the forest became quiet. Yi Fan's heart instantly tightened. His body was almost completely still, and he didn't dare to move. It was unknown when a strange beast had appeared in the sky. It was carrying a person as it circled in the sky, causing the beasts below to feel a sense of danger. It was not until late at night that the knight disappeared from the area. Yi Fan felt cold sweat all over his body. This was not a solution, and he was afraid that he would be found sooner or later. I'll definitely die if I fight him head-on. How can I get rid of him? Yi Fan realized that he had no other choice but to escape first. In the next 2 days, Yi Fan constantly traversed and hid in the mountain range. There were a few times when he was almost discovered by the other party. It could be said that he was constantly brushing shoulders with death. On the 3rd day, he encountered his greatest crisis. The other party seemed to have sensed that he might be hiding in this area and attacked ruthlessly. He took out a psychic weapon and split apart several stone cliffs, shattering a large part of the forest and destroying a large area of thistles and thorns, leaving the mountainous area bare. Yi Fan hid in the swamp not far away, not daring to move. His entire body was wrapped in mud and rotten leaves. He held his breath and quietly waited for the night to leave. However, the other party did not even let the swamp go. That psychic weapon was like a blue bolt of lightning, streaking across the swamp. Huge ravines appeared, completely splitting the swamp. Suddenly, the psychic weapon, like a blue bolt of lightning, streaked across 1 meter away and split the mud. Although it did not cut Yi Fan's body, a bit of blue light grazed his abdomen. Yi Fan felt a sharp pain, but he did not dare to move. If it were not for his super strong physique, the terrible blue light just now was enough to cut him in half at the waist. It was not until half an hour later that everything finally calmed down. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and struggled out of the mud. His abdomen was gurgling with blood, staining the mud bright red. Xianxia, I will kill you sooner or later. Even the remote antiquity families can't protect you. Yi Fan felt dizzy. He had lost too much blood, and his abdomen was almost completely cut open. If it were not for the mud blocking the outside, he would have died of blood exhaustion after staying motionless for such a long time. He hurriedly found a mountain spring to clean the wound, and then took off his muddy coat. He tore the clean clothes inside into strips and wrapped them around his wound. However, the wound on his abdomen was so serious that his intestines could almost be seen, and the bleeding could not be stopped. After losing too much blood, Yi Fan felt weak all over. His hands were covered in blood. He tore off all of his clean clothes and used them to block the terrifying wound. However, the bleeding was still difficult to stop. His lower body was stained red, and his skin looked a little pale. Yi Fan blocked his wound with his hands, and blood kept flowing between his fingers. He bit his lips, trying to keep himself awake and not pass out. He silently ran Taoist scripture, mobilized the vitality of his whole body, and tried to stabilize the injury. The way of heaven takes away the surplus and makes up for the deficiency. Just at the moment when he was about to pass out, such a voice suddenly came from the deepest part of his mind. Hundreds of ancient characters flowed in his heart like a trickle, gradually waking him up from his trance. Yi Fan gradually calmed down and regained his consciousness. At the same time, Taoist scripture was running silently, and the vital energy kept flowing to the wound. In the end, strands of blue light gushed out from the horrifying wound. The terrifying killing intent that had penetrated his body was forced out. His life essence circulated, and the bleeding finally stopped. Yi Fan was very weak, but he gritted his teeth and stood up. He staggered toward the forest. He had to find a secret place to hide. His injury was very serious and he couldn't run anymore. Originally, Yi Fan wanted to escape into the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. Only in this way could he make the knight hesitate and not dare to go deeper. However, he didn't have the strength. After thinking carefully for a moment, he staggered back the way he came. Finally, he stopped in a stone forest that had been destroyed by the knight, and hid in a stone peak. This area had already been searched. Yi Fan tried to figure out the knight's thoughts, and he felt that this place would be a blind spot for a short period of time. Yi Fan didn't eat or drink, and hid in this stone peak for 2 days and 2 nights. Only then did his injury get under control, but it was still difficult for him to do any strenuous exercise. During these 2 days, the knight kept circling above the deep mountains, and many forests were completely destroyed by him. On this night, Yi Fan crawled out of the stone crack, picked a lot of wild fruits, and changed to another place to hide. The new area had just been ravaged by the night. The trees were broken, and the rocks were cracked. The ground was a mess. I'll follow you slowly. Wherever you search, I'll hide. In this dangerous situation, his life could be at risk at any time. Yi Fan could only think carefully and choose to hide in the knight's blind spot. Just like this, 5 or 6 days passed before he gradually recovered. It could be said that this was a kind of torture. After a few days, due to the lack of food and the pain of the illness, he lost a lot of weight. If it weren't for my physique being far superior to ordinary cultivators, I'm afraid that blue light would have already killed me. Yi Fan looked at the horizon and said to himself, I must escape this disaster. I can't die here. Jiang family. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. Right now, he didn't have enough strength. Right now, the only way to get rid of the knight was to risk his life and hide in the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. After Yi Fan's body recovered, he began to take a detour to get closer to the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. I have eaten the holy fruit. Maybe I can resist the curse there. Entering the forbidden area of life might be a kind of opportunity for me. Chapter 87. A long time ago, Yi Fan once had the thought of returning to the forbidden grounds of the primordial desolate realm in order to obtain a great opportunity. Neither human beings nor powerful creatures of other races dared to go deep into the forbidden area of life. There were flourishing plants and endless elixirs. After the baptism of long years, many elixirs had almost become divine medicines. The forbidden area was a priceless divine land. Yi Fan had taken the holy fruit and the holy spring. He felt that he could probably survive in that forbidden area for a while. He wanted to return to the forbidden area of life after reaching a certain level. My strength is still very low now. It's really not suitable for me to go there at this moment, but I have been forced to this point. He had no choice but to go forward at the risk of death. Roar. In the depths of the mountains, the roar of the wild beast shook the sky like thunder, and the leaves in the forest swirled in the air. Yi Fan's expression changed. He was still far from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity, but there were already extremely horrible exotic beasts in the outer area. It seemed that it would be very difficult to go through. However, if he didn't go forward, how could he get rid of the knight's pursuit? This put Yi Fan in a dilemma. Xianxia, just you wait. Even if you are a disciple of the Jiang family, I will kill you in the future. Yi Fan had never hated a person so much. The other party coveted his treasures, was cruel and ruthless, and wanted to kill him. Suddenly Yi Fan felt danger. The knight seemed to be approaching again, so he hurriedly hid. A green figure appeared in the sky. The powerful knight of the Jiang family appeared once again. However, the strange beast he was riding on suddenly seemed to have been frightened. It rushed down desperately and landed on the ground, trembling. Not far away, Yi Fan saw all this clearly. He couldn't help but be surprised. How could such a powerful exotic beast be so scared? The knight was also very shocked. He turned into a wisp of light and hid in a pile of rocks. At this moment, the entire forest suddenly darkened. A violent gust of wind blew past, snapping many plants and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In the sky, a giant bird that blotted out the sun flew across the sky. Its entire body was shining with a golden light, as if it was cast from gold. Its body was so huge that it left people dumbfounded. It was like a golden cloud that rushed past, blocking out the sun and the sky. Golden-winged Peng. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. The legendary Peng's oppressive might made the entire mountain range quiet down in an instant. All of the beast roars disappeared, and only after it had gone far away did the forest return to normal. The knight from the Jiang family sat on the strange beast again and soared into the sky. Even someone as powerful as him could only dodge. Yi Fan was worried. If he continued to advance on foot, he did not know how many ferocious birds and beasts he would encounter. Could he really walk into the forbidden zone of life? There are 9 sacred mountains in the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era. They are linked together to form an endless abyss. According to legend, each sacred mountain has a kind of sacred fruit and divine spring, and they are all different. Yi Fan used such words to motivate himself. I've only eaten a type of holy fruit and drunk a type of divine spring, and I've already undergone a complete transformation. If I were to ascend the other 8 sacred mountains. Although he was constantly encouraging himself, he still felt apprehensive in his heart. He felt that if he continued to advance, he would most likely be doomed. Only a day had passed, and Yi Fan's thoughts were shattered. He found 3 powerful knights in a row. They had already sealed off the path ahead, and they were circling above the primitive mountain range. They really want to kill me. They actually sent so many powerful knights. Roar. In the distance, a deafening roar of a beast could be heard. The 3 powerful knights in the sky instantly fled. Following that, Yi Fan discovered a wild beast with 9 snake heads soaring through the clouds, appearing high up in the sky. It was as big as a small mountain, and it gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. It was surrounded by a lot of black fog, and its huge body was faintly discernible. It looked like a qilin, but it had 9 huge snake heads, and it looked especially ferocious. With a loud roar, it directly scared away the 3 powerful knights of the Jiang family. The vague pressure it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. He had not even gotten close to the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era, and all kinds of terrifying strange beasts had already appeared one after another. He did not know what he would encounter if he continued to advance. If he could not fly, it was simply impossible to pass through this primitive mountain range on foot. No wonder the Jiang family's knights only sealed off the path in certain areas. Yi Fan sneaked carefully for another day and found that the relatively safe areas were all sealed off by the 3 powerful knights. It was impossible to pass through. I am guessing their thoughts, and they are also thinking about my escape route. They are sure that I will get close to the forbidden zone of the ancient desolate era to get rid of them. Yi Fan hid in a dense forest. After careful consideration, he felt that he could not go any further, or he would die. If I can't fly, I can't get close to the forbidden zone of life. Yi Fan went far away without looking back. He returned along the original road. He wanted to escape from this primitive mountain forest and hide in the vast crowd while the knights did not react. When Yi Fan escaped to the edge of the mountain range, he suddenly found a powerful knight riding a beast with shiny black scales hovering over the mountain forest. The 5th powerful knight. Yi Fan looked at the sky in a daze and said to himself, "Are they all sent by Jiang Yichen? They brought a total of more than a dozen knights, and now they sent 5 of them at once. Did Jiang Yifei and Jiang Kaixin not notice? It is impossible that they did not notice. Could it be that they acquiesced? Or should I say, the 2 of them also sent people?" Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Jiang Yifei, dressed in snow-white clothes, was elegant and elegant. He was as handsome as jade and could be described as otherworldly. Jiang Kaixin was graceful and beautiful. Although she seemed a little arrogant, she was very sympathetic to little Tingting, which left a good impression on Yi Fan. But now Yi Fan couldn't tell. He didn't know what role the 2 of them played in this matter. He did not know if it was as bad as he guessed. Human nature was very complicated and difficult to explain. I hope it has nothing to do with them. Otherwise, I really don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for little Tingting to live in such a complicated family. Yi Fan was a little worried about little Tingting and Uncle Jiang. On this night, Yi Fan secretly returned to Uncle Jiang's small restaurant. At this moment, he could even see 2 strange beasts circling in the mountains outside the town. However, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. He relaxed and rested peacefully for the night. It was not until the 2nd night arrived that Yi Fan sneaked out of the town and fled into the distance. 3 days later, when Yi Fan was camping in the wilderness, he saw a strange beast carrying a Jiang family knight rush past him and fly into the distance. This shocked him. The other party had caught up so quickly, which made it difficult for him to understand. How did they find the clues? The clan of the ancients is too scary. If I can't enter that forbidden zone, how can I get rid of them? Yi Fan was worried. In the end, Yi Fan entered a huge city in the Yan Kingdom. He felt that perhaps only the vast sea of people could hide him. This was the 2nd largest city in the Yan Kingdom apart from the capital. It had a population of more than 1 million, and it was extremely prosperous. The streets were wide and filled with endless streams of people. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and the sound of people hawking their wares could be heard. Yi Fan had been on the run for the past few days and was extremely exhausted. He only let out a sigh of relief when he entered the city. The Jiang family couldn't possibly appear on the streets riding strange beasts, could they? It was already noon, and Yi Fan's stomach was rumbling with hunger. However, when he reached into his chest pocket, he let out a bitter laugh. There was not even a single coin. This great life and death escape really left him in a sorry state, fatigued to this extent. I need to find a way to fill my stomach first. I can't let my body suffer. I still need to accumulate energy to escape. Yi Fan was not in the mood to tour the bustling city at all. He was looking for a place to eat. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He saw a familiar figure. It was Li Xiaoman. She did not look old and had already regained her youth. She was 170 centimeters tall and slender. Her pure white dress fluttered in the wind, and she had an otherworldly temperament. Be it in the past or present, Li Xiaoman was extremely beautiful. She had a clear and elegant appearance. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation, but her skin shone with a sparkling luster. It was snow-white and delicate like fine jade. Li Xiaoman's white dress and black hair fluttered naturally, making her skin look even more sparkling. Her eyes were very big and her eyelashes were very long, making her look very spirited. Her neck was as elegant as a white swan, and her waist was small. Her legs were long and slender, and her figure was elegant and graceful. She was very perfect. Compared to the past, she was less ostentatious and more spirited. She was like a goddess of the moon who had descended to the mortal world, and she had an extra temperament. Yi Fan had never thought that he would see her here. Naturally, he couldn't help but think of many things in the past. There were sweet scenes, but also heartless and bitter memories. He turned around, not wanting to meet her in this kind of situation. Li Xiaoman obviously did not see Yi Fan. She was like a crane among chickens, elegant and spirited. Her otherworldly beauty attracted many people to look back. Naturally, she would not notice the haggard and exhausted youth in the distance. Yi Fan turned around and wanted to leave, but he did not want to bump into someone in his haste. "Little beggar, why are you walking? The street is so wide, but you just had to bump into me." There were a few young men and women in front of him. Among them, there was a beautiful girl with an unhappy expression. Yi Fan had accidentally bumped into her just now. "I'm sorry." Yi Fan hurriedly apologized. "Junior sister, look and see if you've lost anything." Nowadays, some beggars specialize in stealing like this. A young man reminded and stopped Yi Fan from leaving. Yi Fan had been on the run for several days. His clothes were dirty and torn, and his face was full of dirt. He indeed looked like a little beggar. "Senior brother, senior sister." At this moment, Li Xiaoman walked over. Although there were many people on the street, everyone saw that she was so beautiful and couldn't help but open a path for her. She quickly came close. "Let him go. I didn't lose anything." The girl who was bumped into just now frowned. Yi Fan wanted to turn around and leave, but Li Xiaoman was already in front of him and happened to see him. "It's you." Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He did not expect to meet her in the end. "Junior sister, you know this little beggar?" The young men and women at the side all revealed surprised expressions. At this moment, Yi Fan's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in dust. He looked haggard and extremely tired. After running for several days, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. In addition to his tattered clothes, he looked like someone at the bottom of society. Chapter 88. Usually, Li Xiaoman was elegant and beautiful. She was always calm and collected, but at this moment, she showed a shocked expression, which made the young men and women beside her curious. One of them couldn't help but ask again, "Junior sister, do you know this little beggar?" Li Xiaoman quickly regained her composure and nodded, "I do." "Sister Li, how do you know him?" One of the girls was puzzled. Yi Fan's clothes were ragged and his body was haggard. No matter how you looked at him, he was at the bottom of society. He was from a completely different world from them. "I came from the same place as him. We used to be neighbors." Li Xiaoman looked indifferent. When Yi Fan heard the word neighbor, he smiled faintly and only said, "Hello." He didn't say anything else. "So it's an old acquaintance. Your little neighbor is really impatient. The street is so wide, but he still accidentally bumped into me. Brother Yang thought he was going to steal something. But this young man is really pitiful. He has been reduced to a beggar at such a young age. Beggars nowadays steal while begging. Sister Li, you have to tell him not to take the wrong path." Cultivators and mortals were people of two different worlds. Especially the people at the bottom of the mortal world, beggars, it was even more difficult to have any interaction with them. When the young men and women talked, they didn't care that Yi Fan was next to them. Brothers and sisters, do you have money on you? Li Xiaoman took some money from the young men and women and gave it to Yi Fan. Go change your clothes. Don't be a beggar. I believe you can support yourself. Sister Li is so kind. Yes, Sister Li is really compassionate. He is just a neighbor, but she gave him so much money. Little beggar, you have to walk the right path in the future. Don't steal. Otherwise, you will be sorry to Sister Li. The young men and women next to them all spoke. Yi Fan's eyes were clear. He quietly looked at Li Xiaoman and didn't reach out to take the money. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need this." A young man at the side immediately frowned and said, "I say, little beggar, what's wrong with you? Junior Sister Li gave you clean money, but you don't want it. Do you really want to live by stealing?" Li Xiaoman's expression was tranquil, and her eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake. She handed the coin to Yi Fan and said, "Take it and be a normal person." Yi Fan ignored the people around him and pushed the coin back. "Don't worry, I can survive. I wish you a smooth journey on the path of cultivation." This little beggar really wants to save face and suffer. He's already reduced to begging, yet he's still so virtuous. Don't be so virtuous now. Just turn around and steal. The young men and women next to him were very dissatisfied. Li Xiaoman stared at Yi Fan and said in a calm voice, "These are helpful to you now, so don't reject them. Hurry up and accept them. Don't tell me you really want to beg for a living?" Yi Fan still did not take the coin. "Congratulations on regaining your youth." He sensed that Li Xiaoman was only at the bitter sea stage and could not be compared to him. But he did not know why she had regained her vitality. "Thank you, I was just lucky." Li Xiaoman did not insist and took the coin back. One of the young women smiled. This little beggar really knows a lot of things. He even knows that Junior Sister Li had lost her youthful vitality. It seems he really is an old acquaintance. He and I are just neighbors, we don't know each other very well. Perhaps after more than 10 years, it will be difficult to recognize him when we meet again. Li Xiaoman was very calm from beginning to end. She said indifferently, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Although Yi Fan's face was covered with dirt, his smile was still very bright, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Yes, memories will always fade. Some people and things will eventually fade with the passage of time. This little beggar is not old, but he has quite a character. A girl at the side looked at Yi Fan before looking at Li Xiaoman. She said, "It's a pity that you don't know him very well, Junior Sister. Otherwise, you could bring him back to Xiang Grotto Heaven and make him do odd jobs in the sect. It's better than him begging on the streets." A man nodded when he heard this. The sect is very strict when it comes to choosing people, you must know them thoroughly. Li Xiaoman was as calm as an ancient well, her expression incomparably calm. She said to Yi Fan, "Don't walk on the wrong path. Be an ordinary person, that is not necessarily a kind of happiness." Yi Fan smiled and did not say anything. He waved his hand and left in large strides. This little beggar gives people a very special feeling. The young men and women next to him unanimously evaluated. Yi Fan left in large strides, blending into the endless stream of people. After a quarter of an hour, he appeared in an antique shop, constantly bargaining with the boss. "Well, it's only 50 copper coins. One must be honest and not too greedy. Young man, don't be so greedy. It's just a wooden box. How can it be worth 10 gold coins? This is a red sandalwood box. If you don't want it, I'll go to another shop." With that, Yi Fan turned and left. "Don't be in such a hurry, the price can be negotiated." The antique shop boss hurriedly stopped Yi Fan. Finally, Yi Fan was satisfied and left with 10 gold coins. It was already noon. He was hungry, but he did not want to eat and dash. In the end, he sold the red sandalwood box that contained the source, and used another ordinary wooden box that was only worth 1 copper coin to store the source. The Jiang family's night. When Yi Fan raised his head to look at the sky, he was immediately shocked. There was a strange beast circling in the sky above the huge city. Not long after, it flew into the distance. He felt very puzzled. He did not know how the other party could always find him. Yi Fan went up to a restaurant, ordered a table of dishes, and ate to his heart's content. He had not eaten a hot meal in the past few days of fleeing, so naturally, he was ravenous at this moment. After an hour, he finally stood up with satisfaction. The waiter had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that he was dressed in shabby clothes, like a beggar asking for food, he was afraid that he would quietly slip away after eating. Naturally, Yi Fan would not bicker with him. He threw down the money and turned to go downstairs. As soon as he arrived on the street, he was shocked. The Jiang family's knight had entered the city, riding on the strange beast, and just happened to disappear around the corner of the street. What's going on? Why can they always chase me? Although they can't lock onto me, they seem to be able to track the general direction. A trace of worry appeared on Yi Fan's face. He felt that things were not good. He could not stay in this city any longer, or something would definitely happen. He did not stop at all and directly left the city. Then, he flew away and plunged into the distant mountain forest. They are really persistent. How can I completely shake them off? Yi Fan traversed the mountains and passed through the endless mountain range. He only stopped when the sky turned dark. Just at this moment, Yi Fan felt that the spiritual energy in the depths of the mountain range was dense. It seemed to be many times denser than in other regions. When he traveled another few dozen kilometers, he revealed a shocked expression. He saw a large limestone with 4 ancient words carved on it. Purple Yang Cave Heaven. How did I end up here? Yi Fan discovered that he had actually arrived at the Purple Yang Cave Heaven. This was the sect that Li Xiaomen was in. This blessed land was not very far from the city he had just been in. It was necessary to mention here that this book would definitely have a love story, and there would definitely be descriptions of different female characters.